Hey guys. Hold on, Dallas is cooking. Hey guys, I just wanted to come on and say, guys, we got all the transcript. We got all the transcript. Yay. We got them, y'all. We got them. We got them. We got them. Thank God. We're going to continue with the, Jane Doe. But anyway, oh, my cast is not here yet, and I don't know where these people are. But in the meantime, I am going to Dottie is in New York. She did get a lot of notes, and she says she's going to be on to give us the update at 8:30. Now, here's what we're going to start doing. Since we've been on like hours and hours and hours and hours, we're going to start breaking these transcript in reenactment like in 2-hour increments, okay? 2-hour increments, so we don't be on here for hours and hours and people don't get a chance to listen to the whole thing, because nobody's going to sit down in a 5, 6, 7 hour sitting. So we're going to change that. The transcripts and the reenactment is going to be limited to 2 hours a day. Okay, 2 hours a day. Or should we do it 1 hour a day? We keep 1 hour. Dallas just said 1 hour. An hour and 30. She says an hour and 30 minutes. That's the way we're going to do. We're going to stop hour and 30 minutes in each day. We're going to do the increments for the transcript. Okay, because not everybody's going to sit 5 and 6 hours a day. To me, it's become too much. So we are going to do the daily updates for those who go to the court. And, there are people right now who are showing the update. Coco said 2 hours. But Coco, listen, Coco, the thing is.
For some of them, I think it should be 2. And,
Yeah. Coco, listen to this. Okay. We spend like 5 hours and 6 hours, 7 hours and And the other thing, this is what I'm going to do as far as the transcript. I have been told that ants. I'm sorry. These ants again, guys. Those who have made the donation, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna allow you guys to get it from my drive. I'm gonna do a specific drive, so I'll know who's coming in there to get the transcript. Okay, so ants. So those who donated the 50 get the oh my God, the ants are getting me. So those, remember the ones that donated the same way I'm gonna go back and read it, because if I say something different, somebody's gonna say, oh, but you said this, but you said that. So it's gonna be whatever I said before, but this time you guys gonna get it through the link. I'm gonna send you the link. The persons that gave those donations, I'm gonna send you the link, and then I can monitor who goes and get the link. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, LaWanda, you're right. I'm not gonna tell my plan, because I noticed people having a fit, and I do have every single one last transcript, guys. I got all of them. So I did get all of them. And because I'm putting my watermark on them now because I was told to go ahead and, people behind the scenes said, so you gotta put your watermark on it. Who said, what did you say? Aunt, you said, I'm struggling in the kitchen with ants. I killed them with pine sol, half water, half pine sol. Okay, Rita, I'm gonna do that because these things are all over the place.
That's why I hate
They're all over the place. I can't deal with them, and then some of them bite too. Some of them bite. So, but hey, spitting fire. Okay, y'all. My Nicole is here. I don't know where Canic is, but I'm gonna put my watermark on these transcript because there are people who sharing it and don't give the credit to here. They're not giving the credit to this channel. They're all over the place over there too, Dallas.
maybe because I keep seeing it.
They're bugging me. You never got somebody sent me a message that they never got the transcript. I haven't sent them out, y'all. I haven't sent the transcript out. Whoever sent me the I haven't sent them out. I just got them. I haven't sent them out. You can read now, Spitting Fire. You here? Okay. Okay, y'all here. Y'all here. Okay, where's okay, guys. Oh, Nikki Blackman wrote about me? Really? Who's Nikki Black? Oh, I gotta see that. I gotta see that. Thank you. Hey, here you, Fresh TV. The fog going on in the background. Oh, you hear the noise? That's my daughter. She cooking, y'all. Or you say you cannot read. So you get some bay leaf. Bay leaf for help? Okay. I'm going to. Okay, send me the article. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. She's here. She's here. Okay, y'all. Daddy Lolo, check your email. Spitfire, check your email. Miss Bama, of course, darling. Miss Bama, you of course check your email. Okay. Where's my other reader? There was young lady who did reading the other day. Was it Pieces? One of you guys, I really loved her reading. Who was the other person, y'all? Do you remember who the other person was? Oh, Trina, you can read? Okay, Trina. Okay, we got you. All right, yeah, I'm good. Okay, just bear with me a second. Randa, the link. Can you send the link to the following people, please? My readers. Can you send it to my readers, please? I'm gonna send you that email because I don't know how to do this. Or should I just forward them your link? Do I do that? Okay, let me call you, Rand. Hold on, y'all. I gotta mute for a second. Sorry, good people. I'm just trying to just please be patient with me. Let me just send put the people in my link, and then I gotta send them the transcripts. Just bear with me, guys. And all those who did donate, don't forget to send me the email, the text. Text me 770-856-3091. That's the only avenue I'm going to go look for the approvals. Not approvals, for the request. Only that. If you send me any other way, I'm not going to look at it. If you send it through email, I'm not going to look at it, because I'm only dealing with my phone, because it gives me records of everything I send out. So everyone, please send me a text to 770-856-3091. 770-856-3091. That's where my for all those who's supposed to get a transcript, that goes there, okay? And I'll be sending them out tonight to you guys. 770-856-3091. Because it keeps everything. I can keep track of everything. So all those who's requesting the transcript, 770-856-3091. Those are the ones that already donated, Dallas. Those are the ones that donated already. So that's where you're going to send it to. Okay, guys? Oh, I heard some stuff. Dottie's coming in to talk to you guys at 8:30, so we're going to stop anyway at 8:30. So we're going to do 1 hour of transcript reading. Oh, you donated, Joe's. Oh, Juicy. You're so sweet. Some of you guys is the bomb. Y'all just donate. Y'all like, you don't want a copy because it's pages and pages of copies. Just got it. LaTanya, what I was saying is, for those who requesting the copy of the transcript, to text it to me, the request, because I'm only working from one phone. So I'm able to send a notice saying sent like that. So it keeps the record of everybody who's getting it and who didn't get it. So that keeps me honest. If you're looking for a copy of your transcript, you have to text me at 770-856-3091. 770-856-3091. That's where you need to send it to. All right. Trina's here. Just give me a moment, Trina. I'll get that stuff over to you, okay? I can't hear you low.
Hello.
Yeah, I hear you. Turn my thing down in the background.
Oh, am I low? Oh, yeah.
I hear you, but you also have the thing in the background. Okay. Trina, do you mind being the judge today? Or is it? I think Rhoda's the judge. Hold on a second. Let me see who's who.
Oh, okay, I will. Is that better?
Much better. Thank you.
All right.
Seven 770-856-3091. That's where you would send your request. Okay. Trina, just hold up a second. You're going to get it in a minute, okay?
All righty.
Daddy Lolo, where are you? My mechanic. And okay, here we go. Judge. Let's go to judge. Daddy Lolo, where are you? Turn it down. I need to switch you, Rhoda. I need to switch you. I'm going to have Trina as a judge, and I need to switch you to the prosecutor. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Kanik is here. Thank you, Kanik, for being here. I appreciate you. You're going to get in a minute. Just one second. And I'm waiting for Jane to come in. And you guys, I'm about to send y'all your email right now.
Okay.
Sorry, it's the last minute of getting it to you guys. I got it like earlier. I appreciate you guys who come out being faithful. I appreciate everything that you guys are doing. They don't understand. This is hard work.
Yes, it is.
All right. Okay. Now, do me a favor, y'all. I'm sending y'all this right now. And then go pull it up from there, okay?
How was everybody's day today?
I'm good.
Great. Great.
Mine's is pretty
Great.
good. How about yours, Daddy Lolo?
It went well.
That's good.
Okay, guys, I just go check what I just sent y'all to your email.
Okay. It hadn't come through yet, so I'm waiting. Okay.
Okay.
Y'all got it?
Mm.
Oh. All right. Travel the world. Where are you? Let me see. Where
I
are you?
still
Travel
didn't
the
get it.
world. Okay, who's Getty's right there with the H?
Okay, I just got it. Okay.
I still didn't get mine.
Huh?
I still didn't get mine.
Yours is, you should have it. Check your email.
I
Okay.
did.
My request for it has been sent. So let's see.
Okay, I see it. It just came through.
Okay.
I'm
Dom,
Henny Hen. Hello?
huh?
It says access denied.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Sylvia, you sent me the link to the
You gotta request it.
Sylvia, you sent me something else. Something about Google Drive sign in.
I sent you a request. It said request.
And then it says access denied.
Just go. Hold on a second.
Oh,
We're doing
okay.
it a little bit different this time.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Try it again now. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
Really?
Okay. Let's see. Request access sign in.
Did you get it? And just download it once you get it, okay?
It says request sent. Okay, but okay, let me see.
That's what I have request sent.
But it's not doing anything.
No,
I didn't get anything at all.
I got
Mm-mm.
request sent, but that's it. I hit it.
Okay, who just said I didn't get anything at all?
Henny Hen.
Penny Hen? Okay.
Okay, let's see.
All right, I have it, Sylvia.
You got it? Okay, good. Henny
I mean,
Hen.
is it something we supposed to do? Because I'm talking on my phone and something just came as a text message to my phone, but it's gonna knock me out of the thing. So let me see.
Hey.
Okay.
Pardon me, Sylvia, what was you saying?
Some people didn't get it. So I
Sylvia.
have to open it up on my side?
No, if you look where you shared it at,
Mm-hmm.
when you got the link, it says right up under it, I think, it says to view. Anyone who has the link can view.
Okay, click. You said click. Oh, I don't know. Okay, I got to go into it. Okay.
Okay, I got it. I got it. Okay. It's open. Okay.
Okay, y'all got it?
I got it. Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Henny Hen. I'm sending it to you right now.
Okay, yeah, I got it. Okay.
Give me the beginning of your email, Henny. Here's the beginning. Henny Hen. Give me the beginning of your email. Oh.
Did you get it?
Hold on. I gotta go get my phone. Hold on a second. Oh.
I sent the request thing.
You should be able to open it up now. You got to do it again.
Yeah. Go back out and then do it again and it'll open.
So go back out and go back to the email.
That's what I did, and then it opened up. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I see.
So Sylvia, was you gonna send me a transcript?
Not yet, because I'm trying to see. I think we got everybody we need. Hold on a second, okay? Just hold on.
Dang, all this blacked out.
Yeah, all of that's blacked out.
Come on, man. Stop hiding stuff from the public. They crucified him in the public.
Exactly. I'm gonna be Geddes.
Sylvia,
Yes, babe.
did you keep up with the with the transcript?
Do I keep up with them?
Yeah, you be way behind sometimes.
I didn't hear you. Say it again. We're doing it a little bit different this time because
What'd you say?
Henny, take a look at your email.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Guys, I apologize. I apologize. Okay. Racing. Guys, please send me the request for your email, your transcript on the phone. Text it to 770-856-3091. 770-856-3091. This way I'll be able to keep track of who I send it out to. I need you to do it that way, please. Because I have to keep track of who I send it out to. If you don't mind, please. 770-856-3091. 770-856-3091. Yes, if you donate, or you will receive it. If you donate, I think it was 50, you get all three. 50 and 75, you get all three. If you did less than that, you will get one copy and you tell me which one you want, okay? I think that's the way we did it, right? Yeah, right? Didn't I say that way, guys?
Yes, that was the way, Sylvia.
Okay. If you do donation
Come on, Mom.
less than 50, you're only going to get one copy. And you just tell me which copy you want, okay? All right. Are we ready?
Excuse me, Sylvia. I still didn't get it.
I just sent it. Check it again.
Okay.
Check it. I just sent it to you. You got it? Did you get it? Everybody else got it?
No,
Yeah,
I didn't get it.
Yeah.
Henny, you got it yet? I just went in it.
Nope. I'll keep checking.
Now, Sylvia, who do you want me to do?
Okay. Hold on a second. Hold on. I just got an email. Hold on. Did you get it, Henny? Are you able to open it up?
No, I didn't get nothing yet. I'm still.
You still didn't get anything? No, I
Mm-mm.
checked your email. Hold on a second.
Yeah, I ain't getting no emails.
Is it iCloud?
No, they request to get it, and then I send the email back, and they'll have access.
Okay, so then let me send it to her now again. Okay, try now. Are you okay now? Did you get it, Henny Hen? Here's the reason why we're doing this. Where there's some craziness that happened, and we're trying to have control over it. And I'll explain it all to you guys another time.
Okay.
But did you get it?
Hold on. I'll go see again.
Okay.
Oh.
Hold on a second, guys. Let me just get So we got Canic, we have Jane Doe, we have the judge. Trina, you're gonna be the prosecutor, unless you and one of y'all want to switch places. Y'all want to keep it in the same spot?
She can be the judge. I can be the is it Gaddis?
Yeah, I think it's
Henny Hens get it.
Henny Hen is Gaddis. Henny Hen is Gaddis.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
sorry,
So
my bad.
We need a clerk. We need the clerk, right?
Trina could be clerk.
All right, the clerk of court.
Yeah.
I still think, but
I think we got everybody. Travel the world. Just stay there, just in case we might need somebody. Okay.
Yeah.
Can someone take over for me until I can get it? Because I don't know what else to do.
Did you open it?
I didn't. Nothing.
Sylvia, did you even send it to the right email?
I sent it to the email. I have an email.
Well, if she can't do Gaddis, I will.
Hold on a second. Travel the world. Travel the world is be on it.
after you send the request, then go back out and click on the link, and then it should pop open. That's how mine did.
Yes, you have to click on that link that says request to send, and you go back out and you click on your email, and you'll see it.
Then it should pop up.
I don't
think she's getting the email.
No, I'm not getting.
Oh, okay.
You need to get the email.
I just sent it to her. Email's already on my phone, Rand. Because
No, I'm saying, are you on the phone where you get the email?
Yeah.
That's probably why.
Should I hang up and?
Oh, okay. I see why the sidebar.
Yeah, I would go out and then come back in and check.
Okay. Give me. All right, I'm hanging up.
Okay.
Right, you said I'm the clerk. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
And who's Nicole?
Nicole doesn't talk, does she? It's Canic.
It's Canic.
Nicole talk.
Okay, then let Travel the World be Nicole. You want to be Nicole, Travel the World? Oh no. Trina.
Yes.
Travel World, you the clerk, and Trina, you and Nicole.
All righty, that's fine.
Okay, I need the transcript.
Okay, ma'am, you're gonna get the transcript.
Thank you, ma'am.
Nicole talks at the beginning. Towards the beginning.
Travel the World, what's your email start with?
Travel the world.
Okay.
On the end of the world, you put an A.
Okay, never mind.
I just text you the my email.
I got you.
Hey, Daddy Lolo, you said I'm at the beginning or towards the end?
At the beginning.
Okay. Huh?
It's only like 3-4 lines.
All righty, that's cool.
Okay, guys, I'm so sorry, everybody. We're ready. Let me just go ahead on. Dottie will be in after she has her dinner. She's eating now, so she'll be in, and we'll stop, and then we'll continue. We're not gonna go past 2 hours with these readings anymore. It's just a little bit too much to take in. So we're gonna break it down from now on, okay?
Okay, I haven't received it yet.
You haven't-
Sylvia, if we do it that way, then we may be still reading like a week and a half
After the
after the
trial.
case is over.
Well, listen, y'all, let me tell you something. My household, it's been that 5-6 hours been a little bit too much for here.
Yeah.
You know, because I do have a household, and
Okay.
last night it's been too long. It's been too long, y'all.
So
I'm
I
trying to
really
keep
ain't gonna
everybody
really
happy.
do no
I'm trying to keep everybody happy. My
cross-examination.
house, huh?
I said today I'm not gonna really do any cross-examination.
You're supposed to today.
You in here,
The course
Kenny?
examination.
I said no cross-examination.
That is cross-examination today.
Uh-huh.
You
Yeah,
think we're gonna
today's
get
the
to the
day.
cross-examination in 2 hours?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did she come back in? Oh no, she hasn't come back in yet.
Did you send it to me, Sylvia?
Yes, I did.
And there's a lot of blacked out.
It
Oh,
sure
look at
is.
this.
I mean, woo. Yes,
Okay.
why because the witness comes back on 10/19. So yeah, you'll start.
Okay, I got it.
You got it? Good
Yeah.
job.
Well, let me see. Geddes is still talking.
And I'm the clerk, right?
I think so.
Yes, you're the clerk. Top of the world.
Oh. They sold a lot.
All right, guys, I'm going to start it open and show it to the people.
She didn't come back in yet.
Excuse me? Oh, I got one. What's the date on the one that you guys got?
August 24th. Is that it?
Okay, thank you.
August 24th.
Because I have to open up mine. All right, guys, here we go. Sorry about that, everybody.
Where's Azria?
Is she coming back?
And you're missing the other one as well.
She's not in here either? Okay, y'all. Sorry. They're still not ready. Thank you, Casey. Travel World, you in it. You got it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. Hello.
Yeah, the prosecutor is not in there.
I heard Kenny got down today.
Oh, did he? Oh.
Yeah. And I heard Faith took the stand today too.
Mm. I wonder, did she crumble?
We need to get started.
Now, if you read it, but come here, if you listen to, read it.
Cut my TV down.
I was like, somebody TV going.
I'm back, but it's not mine.
Oh,
Okay, are we ready?
is
I'm
everybody in?
ready.
Thank you, everybody.
Clerk's here.
Is Gaddis here yet? That's who we're waiting on, right?
Okay, let's get going. We got everybody here.
Okay, okay.
Yep, I'm here.
All right, guys, thank you for your patience, and we're getting ready to do the reenactment. We're gonna stop at when Dottie's ready. So we're gonna read as much as we can, and then we'll continue tomorrow. Okay, guys. Sorry about the delay. I appreciate your
Please
kindness.
just keep up on the screen because I got to read it off there.
Check your email. I sent it to you.
Okay.
And we're beginning. Let's go. Let's see. So I just want to make sure, does the defense, do you guys have binders of the exhibits? Yes?
Hold on. Okay. I gotta go back to the top. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, I'm
1007
ready.
line.
All right.
Okay.
We printed them.
Right. But you provided me with these binders. Does the defense have that?
No, we don't have that binder. We generally get it in most trials, but we don't have it, especially, since they want to hide stuff.
I just want to make sure that you have the exhibits for the particular witness so we don't have to take a pause. Do you have the exhibits for this witness?
Last night, I advised the defense counsel. I advised I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Last night, I advised Mr. Farinella of the particular exhibits that I was using with this witness, so they know the particular exhibits that we're going to use, and they have electronic copies and everything. And I think there's only 4 or 5 exhibits.
All right.
And of course, we gave the defense electronic copies of every single exhibit that we are using in this trial.
Well, I take it's the 3500 material and the discovery as well.
Roll the page up. And it's also provided in discovery.
All right.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly whenever you're ready?
Sure. Redacted, 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 redacted. Ooh. Okay.
My goodness.
1015. Okay. All right. We're going to be in recess for, I know you want some time to talk to Mr. Kelly.
Yes, I do.
You need some time to talk to your witness. We'll start at 5 minutes past 10.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Koenig, would you like that sidebar sealed?
Yes, Your Honor.
If I can see everybody at sidebar. Oh, Lord, sealed. Okay. All right, I think we're ready for the witness. I just want to clarify, I think it's the case that this witness is being referred to as Jane and nothing else. Am I correct about that?
That's correct, Your Honor. For this trial, she has been called as Jane, and she will not be referred to in any other manner in this case.
Okay, great. Let's get the witness.
Judge, I apologize. Maybe we can approach.
Do we need the court reporter?
Yes.
Okay. Sealed. Okay. Let's get the witness, please.
Judge, can that be sealed, that conversation?
It already is. All right, let's get the jury, please. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just first apologize for the delay. It's nobody's fault. Sometimes we have matters that we have to discuss, and I think it's easier to do it without you in the room rather than having you wait while we hammer things out at the side. So that's the reason for that. But we are ready to continue with the direct examination. Go ahead.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
The witnesses remind that she is still under oath.
Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry, there's a delay between the TV and this.
Okay.
Yesterday, you testified about some of the defendant's assistants who helped out with his female
Miss
guests.
Geddes, can you just download it from your phone?
How do I do it?
I just sent it to you on your phone.
Okay, hold on a minute.
Yeah, we apologize because
Someone can just read my part while I do it.
yeah, go ahead, Travel the World, read her part for me. Or Trina, whichever one want to do it.
Okay. Yesterday you testified about some of the defendant's assistants who helped out with his female guests, including yourself. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe some of the matters in which some of the defendant females or assistants who assisted his female guests would do?
They were basically, well, everything was at his discretion, but for the most part, anytime we needed food or toiletries, or we just couldn't get in touch with the defendant, you would reach out to them.
And when you say that it was at his discretion, what do you mean?
Meaning that he would tell us when we could text him and when we could not. The only time we couldn't is when there was an emergency. We couldn't get in touch with him.
I'm sorry. When you say the only time you couldn't get in touch, what do you mean?
Meaning if it was an emergency and we could not get in touch with him, meaning he wasn't answering his phones.
And what would happen in that event? What would you do then?
I would just say, can you please get in touch with Mr. Kelly?
And what you would then wait, what? And what you would then reach out to his assistant?
Yes.
I want to make sure I understand. When you said the only time you would do a certain thing, what were you describing? Sorry.
Just in case it was like an emergency, like let's just say as an example, if my cycle came on and I needed tampons or I needed to get in touch with him about something very important, and he wasn't answering his phone.
And what would you do in that event?
I would say, can you let Mr. Kelly know to check his phones?
And if it wasn't an emergency, what contact would you have with the defendant's assistant?
None.
And ultimately, who paid paid those assistants?
The defendant,
And who was ultimately in charge of them?
the defendant.
Yesterday, you testified about a video that you made, and this was the one where you testified about eating feces. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you testified that when you showed it to the defendant, he was satisfied with it.
Correct.
Where were you? Where were you when you showed it to the defendant?
He was actually in the studio and he had taken it with him and he had came back and he said that he had watched it and that I wasn't into it enough and that I would have to redo it. Not at that moment because it had been an hour after and I had already changed and cleaned up. But he did express that I would have to do it again. We just never got around to it.
And was there another time when the defendant asked you to do it?
He did not, and I did not remind him.
And just to be clear, when you said that he took it and looked at it, what were you referring to?
The video.
You testified yesterday about video recordings that the defendant made using his iPad. Can you explain the time, just frequency with which the defendant made those videos when you were 17?
I was very frequent.
And can you explain when the defendant would make a video and he would not make a video of what? And he would not make a video of the times where you engaged in sexual conduct with the defendant.
For the most part, anytime we were going to a hotel or on a tour bus, he would make sure that he had his backpack with him. However, the only time that he really would not record is maybe if it was after basketball or if we were in a studio that his legal could pay for, like moments that were very quick, like inside the studio boots. Like he really wouldn't record those times.
And on other occasions, was he regularly recording you engaging in sexual activity with the defendant?
Yes, he was.
Did you ever, was there ever an occasion where the defendant showed you videos that he had made, including when you were 17 years later?
Yes, there was.
Can you describe that?
I do recall a few years later, he had showed me a video of me when I was 17 because I recall I had the same exact hairstyle that I had when I had met him at the show. And he had said, you know, look how tiny you used to be.
Objection.
Are these the defendant's statements?
Yes.
It's not responsive.
It's not
I'm
responsive.
sorry. I'm sorry. Overruled. And turn on your microphone. I don't want to miss an objection if you make it.
Thank you.
Can
I'm
it?
sorry. I'm sorry. Can you describe what the defendant said when he was showing you the video?
No, that's Getty's.
Let's get it.
Okay, you don't say her name, but anyway, I'm sorry. Can you describe what the defendant said when he was showing you the video?
Yes, he was basically gloating and complimenting how small I used to be.
And when you saw the video, how old were you? And I'm sorry, withdrawn. When you saw the video, how old were you? How old did you think you were in the video itself?
Oh, I know that I was 17 because my parents had paid for that hairstyle before I had met him.
And I think you said that it was a hairstyle that you were more close. Wait a minute, a hairstyle that you wore close in the time the show to the show.
Yes,
Was that the show where you first met the defendant?
yes, it was.
Oh, me. When, if ever, did the defendant ask you to make a video recording of you saying something negative about yourself?
There were a few times where the defendant would do so after chastising.
Can you describe the videos that the defendant told you to make?
There yes, usually after he would chastise me, in the midst of me still crying, he would usually record me and he would tell me to walk back and forth and say that I was stupid and that I was dumb and that I was so sorry, Daddy.
And on how many occasions did the defendant tell you to make these videos such as that?
It was not that he would make me make videos like that. It was usually like after chastising. If he was turned on in that moment, he would personally pull out
Objection.
Overruled.
an iPad and record it himself.
And whose idea was it for you to say what you were saying on the video?
The defendant.
One moment. Without saying who, we're aware of whether the defendant asked other women to make similar videos.
Yes, I was.
And how did you become aware of that?
The defendant would show me other videos of women also crying and saying very similar things about themselves.
And I'm showing what in evidence as government exhibit 76. Was that one of the woman who saw a video saying something negative about herself?
Yes.
Over the course of your 5 years with the defendant, what if any restriction did he put on your having contact with members of your family?
Eventually, I could not talk to them at all because they just would want to know of my well-being, which was something that he really did not want me to disclose.
What if anything did the defendant advise you to share with your family?
He only told me to talk to them about how I had been and things pertaining to like nails, hair, the city that we were in. However, any personal questions pertaining to like abuse or other girlfriends, he would tell me to hang up immediately.
And are you referring to personal questions about abuse and other girlfriends of the defendant?
Yes.
When you did speak to your family, where was the defendant?
The defendant would tell me, he usually was present.
And did you also communicate by text message with your family members?
Yes, I did.
And when you sent those text messages, where was the defendant?
The defendant would tell me exactly what to say.
I went too far up. What line am I on?
Okay, let me take Trina. Trina, could you take over, please?
Okay, take over for
23. I believe it was 23, line 23.
Yeah, 23.
23. And when the
Okay.
defendant wasn't around,
Oh,
would you
she
share?
taking over me?
No. She's taking your spot now.
Who get us?
Yeah,
I'm
she's
ready.
taking Gaddis.
I'm
Okay.
ready. If you just tell
Henny
me
hand back. Henny hand back.
Okay, she's back. Okay,
What-
go ahead.
what page are we on and what line?
We're on 1026, line 23.
Okay,
Line 23.
I'm 26.
Well, until she come,
Uh-uh.
I'll read it.
Mm-mm.
Okay, I'm done.
Page in order for I don't know how to do this. I guess
And when the defendant wasn't around, would you call and text message your parents? No, only if he had me to.
Trina, go ahead, take it over.
Why wouldn't you do that without the defendant?
All right, what line are we in?
Why wouldn't you do that without the defendant? Line 1.
Line 1. Okay. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you do that without the defendant?
Because I would have gotten in trouble for doing so.
What, if anything, did the defendant do or say that made you think that the defendant would find out about that?
Usually he would basically talk badly about all of our parents. And if we were not angry enough, he would then get upset and say that we were not loyal to him and make us feel bad.
Was there anything that the defendant did that make you think that he would find out if you violated one of his rules and reached out to your family?
Yes.
What did he say?
He had expressed that he had engineers who knew how to get inside the phone and go to the cloud and see who we have been talking to.
Now, to your knowledge, did the defendant ever do that, or did the defendant engineers ever do that?
I don't know.
When you say the defendant had engineers, what do you mean by engineers?
His studio engineers, they did a lot of stuff pertaining to like his gadgets and stuff along with his like studio time.
And when you say gadgets, what are you referring to?
His like iPads and phones and stuff.
Did you learn the names of the defendant's engineers?
Yes.
What are their names?
Ian and Abel.
And how did you learn their names?
From the defendant.
Were you introduced to either Ian or Abel?
No.
Were you in Ian or Abel's presence?
Yes, I have been in their presence a few times.
I'm showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as the government exhibit 49. What is shown in 49?
That is one of his engineers. However, I don't know their names. The only time I had seen them was in studio sessions and their back was towards us. So we never saw their faces.
Okay, I'm sorry. Do you know how many engineers did the defendant have that you know of?
It was 2 and they were Caucasian. So I don't know that this is one of them.
Okay, but you don't know his name.
Yes, I don't know his name.
The government offers 49.
Any objection?
Yes. You just testified that you never saw his face.
Do you want to voir dire this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Sure.
Okay. Voir dire examination.
You just testified that you never saw the face of the engineers. Am I correct?
I was not allowed to look at them at men, yes.
That's not my question, though. My question is, you just testified and told the jury that you never saw their faces. Am I correct?
I would see the side views, yes.
And you testified and told the jury a short while ago that the only thing you could see were their backs. Am I correct?
There were times where they would bring the defendant coffee, so I would see their face just briefly.
So what you told the jury a short while ago.
Do you want to voir dire on whether she recognizes him? Let's not do cross right now.
I'm sorry. I'm anxious.
I know that if you're asking me to do, I know if this is, I do.
There's no question.
Just let him put a question to you.
You testified that you don't know the names of the individuals.
I do not.
And you testified that your recognition of this person
Well, sorry, I actually do know the names of them. I just said it. N and Abel.
Do you know
Ooh.
which one is Ian and which one is Abel?
No, that I do not know.
Objection, Judge. Come on.
Are you still objecting?
Yes, I am.
I just want to make sure that I understand. Do you recognize this person?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize the person?
Because he would bring the defendant coffees. However, if I saw him, it was very quick glimpse. It was not because I was trying to look at him.
Okay. But the question is this one of the people that you saw
Yes, it is.
at the defendant's recording studio?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any further questions regarding this exhibit?
Just that we offer it. No, Your Honor.
Over the defense objection is submitted.
May we publish?
Yes.
And now, excuse me, and I'm now showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 50. Do you recognize Government Exhibit 50?
I do, yes.
What is that?
That is one of his engineers.
And again, did you have an opportunity to see this particular person?
Yes, I did.
And where did you see this person?
Usually in the control room.
And when you say control room, what are you referring to?
The studio.
And is that where the defendant engineers worked?
Yes.
And do you know this individual's name?
I do not know him by their names. They usually work together side by side. So when he would say in or able,
Objection. Come on. This is not responsive.
Overruled.
She doesn't even know his name.
Overruled. Please, I'm sorry.
Please continue.
they work together. So usually they would do 16 hours. So whether he called them in or able, I wouldn't know the difference between the two, but I was able to see them.
I'm sorry, you're a liar.
The government, the government offers Government Exhibit 50.
Oh, hold on. Same objection, Your Honor. I got the same objection.
Overruled. Mr. Cannick, I know I sound like a broken record. I can't hear you if you don't turn on your microphone. Thanks.
May I publish? Thank you. What, if anything negative did the defendant say about your parents?
He would say that we were basically worthless and that we did not mean anything to them.
Well, that's true. But
That's true.
and when you say he would say that we were worthless to
Oh my
them,
God, sorry.
who is the them in that sentence?
Me and the other girls.
Okay. And who did the defendant say you were worthless to?
He would say it to us.
But who he's saying believed that you were worthless?
Our parents.
What else did the defendant say negative about your parents?
He would basically say that they had sold us to him and that they had basically given us to him and that they did not care for us and that we were in a better situation with him.
Oh, that's true.
You said that the defendant said that your parents had sold you to him. What did you say about that? How did you explain that? How did he explain that?
He had confided in me that the previous manager, under the name of Mace, had given my parents a few bricks and in return for me.
And when you say bricks, what are you referring to?
Which line is that?
25.
Oh, narcotics.
And who provided this information to you?
The defendant.
Do you remember approximately when the defendant said that to you?
This was years later, around the time when a majority of the things had come out about cults and multiple women.
Fair to say that was several years after you have been staying with the defendant?
Yes,
I'm showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 68. Do you recognize the individual shown in this Government Exhibit 68?
I do. Yes.
Who is that?
This is nephew.
And when did you first meet nephew, or did you meet nephew?
Yes, I did.
When did you first meet him?
I don't recall initially when I first met him.
Who introduced you? Who introduced nephew to you?
The I don't. The defendant.
The government offers Government Exhibit 68.
Any objection?
I don't know why. No objection. You just don't be overruled.
Okay. Okay. That's in evidence.
May I publish?
Yes.
Now, you said that you knew this individual shown in Government Exhibit 68 as nephew. Who you referred to this person as nephew?
The defendant.
Without saying it, do you know this individual? Is that a real name, nephew?
No, that's just what the defendant called him.
Do you know this individual's true name?
I do not know.
And other than nephew, do you know any other names for him?
No, that's the only name the defendant would call him.
Do you remember what led to your meet, the defendant introducing you to nephew?
He had been expressing someone that he wanted to meet under the name nephew. However, the first time that I do recall being with him was a punishment.
Before you describe what the punishment is, do you remember what led to the punishment?
Yes, I had been pairing off, which was one of his rules that I had broken.
And when you say pairing off, what do you mean by that?
Meaning that even though me and the other girls all lived together and spent majority of our time together, there were specific things that even we cannot talk about together. Like, unless it was like things that he would consider innocent, like hair, nails, TV shows. If there was anything outside of that, we would get in trouble for discussing it.
So, for example, what would be a type of thing that you understood you were not supposed to discuss with the other women living with the defendant?
Anything about my family, anything about my previous life before I had met him, and anything that I had been doing beforehand, and also like our personal relationship.
And when you say our personal relationship, whose relationships are you referring to?
Me and the defendant.
So you said that you had been pairing off. How did the defendant learn had you, in fact, been pairing off, to use your word?
Yes,
And how did the defendant learn about that?
because I had told him.
What led you to tell the defendant about that?
I recall that we were at a hotel and he was with his assistant, Diana. And he had been boasting to her and, telling her how happy I had made him. And I felt very guilty knowing that I had paired off prior to him coming, telling me to come down to the pool.
And you said to come down to the pool. Where were you?
We were at a hotel.
And were you in the pool area of the hotel?
Yes, he was sitting like at a cabana.
And who else was with him?
Diana.
What happened when you went down to the pool area?
He had told he had expressed to Diana like his affection for me and how he basically wanted to spend the rest of his life with me.
What did you
Liar.
do?
I was happy, but I felt guilty inside.
So what, if anything, did you tell the defendant?
I just went along with what he said, but afterwards he did tell me to go back up
To go back up where?
to my hotel room.
What happened?
When I did get back up to my hotel room, I did tell him that there was something that I had been keeping from him. And when I told him, he immediately told me to go back to the tour bus.
And where was the tour bus parked?
It was outside of the hotel.
Now, when you were in the hotel room and you told the defendant there was something you had been keeping from him, did you tell him it was that you've been keeping from, it was that you had been keeping from him? That don't even make sense.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that didn't even make sense.
What line was it again?
Girl, lines.
Line 9.
Let me go
That
back
was
again.
stumbling me on reading.
Yes.
Did you
Now,
tell him
when
what it
you
was
were
that you had been
in the
keeping from
hotel
him?
room and you told the defendant there was something you had been keeping from him, did you tell him that?
Did you
It,
tell him what it was that you had been keeping from him?
I
yeah,
believe
did
I
you
told
tell
him
him
along the
that it
lines
was
of
that you had been keeping from him?
I believe I told him along the lines of that I had been pairing off and that I had been speaking to things with Joy and Neek that I shouldn't have. And before I got the chance to say anything further, he just told me to get my stuff and go back to the tour bus.
And when you said he told you to get your stuff, what did you understand the defendant wanted you to do?
Like basically, I wasn't going to be as a punishment. I was going to be allowed to stay in the hotel.
So, were you packing up all your belongings?
Yes,
Where was the tour bus parked at the time?
it was usually the tour bus was usually parked on the side or the back of the hotel.
Did you, in fact, then go to the tour bus?
Yeah, I did. Yes.
Who, if anyone else, was on the tour bus when you got back there?
Me, Joy, and Neek.
And again, just to be clear, Joy and Neek, were those the women living with the defendant at the time?
Yes, they were.
What happened when you got back to the tour bus?
He basically had said that he already knew exactly what we had did, and for us to puke, which we all did.
And what do you mean by for us to puke?
Usually, when he said that, we knew that we would have to be honest and not leave out any little detail.
And what is it that you were being honest? Were you then, in fact, honest with the defendant?
Yes, we were.
What was it that you were being honest with the defendant about?
Basically, we had conversation and we had discussed our personal relationship with him. Basically, like making each other said, all of us had basically said, "Oh, I'm closer to him because of XYZ, and I'm closer to him because we do this and we do that." And that's not something we were supposed to share with one another, what we did personally with the defendant.
And when you say we, who again are you referring to?
Me, Joy, and Neek.
Now, you said that the defendant told you to sort of tell him everything,
Uh-huh.
and you used the word puke. Did you each of you then do that?
Yes, we did.
What happened after that?
Afterwards, he told all of us to go back on the bed and to take all of our clothes, and he began to chastise us.
And you said he told you to go back on the bed. Where was the bed? Were you still on the tour bus?
And let's see. Hold on, y'all.
Even a dog got a problem with it.
And she leaving her. I was wondering if she was gonna say back at the hotel, but she told her on the tour bus.
He then began to hit all of us about 15 times.
Oh, I don't know.
You jumped.
Well, what line was we on?
What line?
15.
Yeah. 15? Where was the bed?
Okay,
Yes,
guys. After this one here, we'll be ready because Dottie's ready for to give us the thing. So.
Okay. Where was the bed?
The bed is all the way in the back of the tour bus, and he made all of us lay down naked side by side.
You, Joy, and Neek?
Yes.
What happened?
He then began to hit all of us about 15 times.
What did he do? What did he use to hit each of you?
He used his open palm.
And where on your body did he hit you?
He hit us on our butt and on our legs.
You want us to stop there? Sylvia?
Hold on a second. Let me see. She's ready. Y'all, this is crazy. I'm sorry. 15 times?
That's what I'm talking about.
He was counting.
This man will be swollen.
Crazy.
This is crazy. This is some crazy stuff.
Oh my goodness.
She done pull something from some books or something.
Yeah, yes. She'd had some bruises. All of them would have had some.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't no way.
Mm-mm.
It's crazy.
And he continued to hit her more. Whatever, little girl.
So he gave about 45 licks.
Mm-hmm. And then some.
His hand will be swollen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So who was counting?
Exactly.
I mean, she get on. Oh my gosh, she's such a liar. Lord have
I
mercy.
know it. I know it.
15 times. Somebody
Well, let's keep reading until Sylvia come back with a confirmation.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Rita.
Line 2.
Okay. And where on your body did he hit you?
He hit us on our butt and on our legs.
And when you say that he hit you 15 times, did you mean that he hit each of you 15 times?
Yes.
What happened after that?
After that, he then separated us and he continued to hit me more.
Bull crap.
Really?
How did he separate you?
He told Joy to go to the front of the bus and Neek to go to the bunk bedroom. And I stayed in the back and he continued to hit me more.
Was there a separate room on the bus with the bunk beds?
Yes, there's 2 doors. So when you first walk into the tour bus, it's like the living and kitchen area. And then there's a middle room that has a bunk bed that are usually for like if you're traveling with multiple guests. And beyond that is a door. It's a master bedroom that no one was allowed in.
And which of those rooms were you in?
The master, all the way in the back.
Of course.
And is that where the defendant, had
Daddy Lolo backstage. Okay, go ahead.
Each you, Joy, and Neek?
Yes.
And when the defendant was hitting you, after he separated you from Joy and Neek, how was he hitting you?
He was just hitting me all over because he was just frustrated. He said that I was the closest to him.
Objection.
Overruled.
What did he say?
He said that I was the closest to him and I should have known better.
And what was he using to hit you then?
Just open palm, just slapping me and hitting me all over.
What happened after that?
He then said that I would have to make up for it and that he was going to think of a punishment and he left off the bus.
Who used the term punishment?
The defendant.
Did you eventually learn what that punishment was?
Yes, I did.
When did you learn?
He told me that he came back on the tour bus and said that I would be meeting with somebody by the name of Nephew.
And was that the individual shown in the government exhibit 68?
Yes, it was.
Where, if anywhere, did the defendant tell you to go?
He told me to go get my things together and he gave me the key to our room and he told me to go up to the room and freshen up and put something on Skimpy and let him know when I was ready.
Oh Lord.
Gee.
That
Don't be
sound
mad
like-
at me. Don't be mad.
On the bus. Now back to the room. Okay.
Don't be
No,
mad.
but
Don't
look,
be mad.
our
Main
room,
girl.
our room.
Miranda,
Main
get your-
girl. Don't be mad.
Oh my God.
Asma, get yourself together.
No, y'all get yourself
Please
together.
get it together.
Lord have mercy. And they got this as a
Right.
case.
Exactly.
Okay, y'all,
Oh.
Dottie's here.
Oh,
Okay.
all right. So we left at 1043, page 1043.
10:43, everybody.
Line-
Mark y'all spot.
1043, line 3.
10:43,
All right, I'm out.
line 3.
Mm-hmm.
All righty. I'm going in the chat now, I guess.
All right, y'all.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going in the chat.
Okay. Unmute yourself, Dottie.
Just bear with me for 1 second, Sylvia. I gotta get this set up right so you can't hear my background.
Okay.
Give me 1 second, y'all.
Okay. Hey guys, it's Dottie about to give us the update from today's court. So Travel World and Canic, y'all can dip.
Oh, okay. See y'all later.
I'm about to move out the way too in a minute.
Hey, Sylvia.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, there's no way to do it.
Huh?
That's okay.
What I was gonna do, I was gonna go into your Facebook and just show your face from there. You showing your face over there?
Oh, you want me to do it like that?
Yeah, I mean, I can go pull you up from there.
Okay.
I can share the screen from over there. Hold on a second. Hold on. I just got to open up Facebook and go over there in there.
I haven't. I logged in, but I haven't started it.
Okay. Hold on.
Damn it.
What's the group name again? Oh, Stand in the Gap, right?
Yep.
Okay. Are you live? Did you go live yet?
I'm about to press start right now. As soon as I can get this down phone.
Okay, I'm gonna take you off of this and then I'm gonna go over there. Okay, share this.
Hey, you might want to do that.
Where is she at?
Yeah, my camera's not rotating. That's why I haven't started the live. Hold on, I'm doing it now though.
Okay. All right, y'all. While we wait, let's have a conversation. Exactly, Miss Texas. Same words, same class. Exactly.
All right, Sylvia, I'm live in the group.
Okay, let me go in there. Okay. I don't see you. Where are you? I don't see you. That's what I do. Same words, same class. Exactly.
All right, Sylvia, I'm live in the group.
Okay, let me go in there. I don't see you. Where are you? Same words, same class. Exactly.
All right, Sylvia, I'm live in the group.
Okay, let me go in there. I don't see you. Where are you? I don't see you.
I'm literally on your screen. How you get that? I'm literally on your screen. How you get that? I'm literally on your screen. How you get that? Okay, I see you. Sylvia, let me know when you on here. Hey, Jesse. Hold on, y'all. I'm just trying to connect to Infamous Sylvia's live before I start.
Trying to connect to
Okay, so you got me, Sylvia?
Sylvia's live before I start.
Okay.
Okay, so you got me, Sylvia? Sylvia's live before I start.
Okay, I'm gonna let some more people come in before I start. I turned it off, so you don't hear it in the background no more, right? I swear I'm gonna try to make this one quick. All right. Sylvia, how many people on your live? Oh, thank you, Samantha. I appreciate you. Hey, Kevin. I'm about to start in 1 second. I'm just trying to give. Okay, I'm gonna start now. No, you didn't miss nothing. I ain't started yet. Okay, you guys. So you know I wasn't there yesterday, so I missed whoever testified in the morning in the beginning of Suzette Mayweather. She one of the Mayweather twins, who was Rob's personal assistant. I missed the beginning of her testimony. When court started this morning, the judge had asked the attorneys if they wanted to. Hey, I'm sorry, Sylvia. I'm not gonna read too much before I stop, just to ask people if they have any questions. So can you make sure you typing it in for them? Because I don't have my other phone to see your chat. And that goes for everybody on my Facebook too. If you have any questions, don't let me get too far. So the judge started this morning to address motions, and she basically said the motions, I guess they were sealed, that they would discuss that about. Okay. So they basically asked her who she was. They asked her did she want to testify? Was she subpoenaed? She said yes, she was subpoenaed. Did you want to testify? She said no. And then they continued with the discussions about Jane Doe number 5. She asked at some point, did you ask Rob who she was and why? And she said, yes, they were on a Sprinter together. It was somewhere between DC and Baltimore. It was September of 2015. So remember, Jane Doe number 5 had been there since April. Well, technically May of 2015. She didn't see her until September of 2015. She asked, why did she ask who she was? She said, basically, because I was curious. I just seen a young girl, and she didn't say young. She just said, I just seen a young lady on the bus, and I was just wondering who she was. Basically, the prosecution was trying to get her to say, well, she looked young, and she just wanted to know who she was. But I'm sorry, y'all. She didn't say that, though. She just said she was just curious. So the prosecution just basically asked her, so what about her age? How did she look? And she said she looked young. They asked where she was November the 4th, 2015. And she said she didn't recall. They showed her some evidence. And then she said she did recall. She said she was in the studio. She was in Las Vegas for the Soul Train Awards. She said Rob was working on some music. Jane Doe was in a waiting room with her. Rob came in and wanted Jane to practice. So at that point, he came in, he stopped recording. He was recording some tracks for the Soul Train Awards. He came in and he asked Azriel, was she practicing? And he told her she needed to be. She said, okay. He left, came back several times, asked her again, has she practiced? And she kept saying yes. At that point, Rob got upset because he knew that she was lying. He basically told Suzette at that time that he wanted to talk to her. She says that he said that he wanted to talk to her privately. However, she still said she excused herself to go to the bathroom so to give them some privacy. So right there, she kind of contradicted herself. And it's the little things that the jury is instructed to pay attention to. So those are those little things. Either you left on your own or was you instructed to leave the room? I don't know, because she testified to two different things. So she said she went to the restroom to give them some privacy. She said while they were in the room having a conversation about her lying, he was fussing at her. And I want to point out that she also used that term chastising her. However, she was not speaking on spanking. She basically said he was fussing at her for not doing what he asked, which was practicing her music, because that was the whole reason she was there in the beginning, right? That's what she was there for. So she said she sat in the lobby afterwards. She couldn't recall. She couldn't recall exactly, but she said it did sound like he hit her. She just stressed it sounded like he hit her, not that he actually hit her. Let me see. Give me a second, y'all. Oh, I made a notate once she had testified that I made a notation to myself. If you guys recall, Jane Doe number 5 had said right before school started that she had confessed because she started feeling bad, and she told Rob her real age, and she said at that point it was at a park and he slapped her. So if I'm not mistaken, school normally starts between August, September. Suzette testified to meeting Jane Doe number 5 in September. So if she's saying that she got hit, Jane Doe number 5 testified that he only hit her once, and that was when she lied about her age. So again, somebody lying somewhere. Because around that same time, she said I'd never been hit by him before, so she was shocked. But here she is testifying that it sounded like Rob hit her. She said she had the opportunity to meet mostly all of his girlfriends, and then the government began to show her exhibits. Exhibit 52B was basically a picture of Juice. They went into her information. Exhibit 69 was a picture of Dominique. She said she didn't consider Juice a girlfriend, just a good friend who actually lived with Rob. And then she said she was. They started to discuss more exhibits. Exhibit 72 was a picture of V. Exhibit 76 was a picture of Haley Calhoun, and she also showed a picture of Joy. No, they're not giving any real names, so they just going by aliases or nicknames for right now, except for Jane Doe number 5. She's the only one still being called Jane Doe, and then you have the John Does. She testified to seeing women with him traveling to the studios. She says the only place she considered him calling home was the trunk. So the only women that was there was his fiance, Summer, Jane Doe, and Joy. The others were never at the trunk. She said based on experience and time spent with Rob, what his rules were for they were not at liberty to move around without asking him first. Anytime they wanted to go somewhere or do anything, they had to ask Rob and have or ask one of the assistants that, we all know if they couldn't get a hold of Rob, they had to ask the assistants to try to contact him. They couldn't have any interaction with any other men. They had to refer to him as daddy. All of this was at Rob's direction. They asked her, did she recall testifying that Jane Doe wasn't allowed to talk to or look at other men? Let's see what she said. She said yes. And then she said, well, she's been out with them several times. They will go to places like the malls, get their hair done, go to spas. They did all those type of things together. And if there was a male present, she had to interact with the male. The girls weren't free to do so. And then if she didn't, how she knew that she had to interact is because Juice will let her know the girls can't talk to him. You have to deal with him. What type of things did they ask freely? Well, I basically said they wasn't allowed. They wasn't allowed to move without permission. If they were in one location, they had to use the bathroom, they would have to call Rob and ask. And if they couldn't reach Rob, they would have to contact him to go to the bathroom. He would respond to either her, or he would just call the girls directly and let them know they can go to the bathroom. What if they needed to get food? Normally, if they was with him, they would just ask him. If they wasn't with him, they'd ask for her to contact him. She said yes, she did do that. At some point, they asked, at some point, did you learn that Jane Doe was one of Rob's girlfriends? She said yes, and she observed her following the same rules. She works. She said she started to work at the main studio, which was the one on Justine 219 South Justine, and then they showed her exhibit 5038. That was a picture of the studio, and then they went into showing the back door entrance, the side door entrance, and the front door entrance. And they asked, was that studio was also called the Chocolate Factory. They asked, when you were at the studio, were there times the girlfriends were present? Were there times? She said they were just basically saying, when you were at the studio, did you observe the girlfriends being there for long periods of time? And she testified, we all stayed at the studio for long periods of time. Overnight, we all did that. If they were in an open area, basically, like she said, she was saying that they were like in a lounge, a kitchen, a living room, or something like that, they were allowed to move around the studio. However, but if they were actually inside of a bedroom or something, she was saying no, they wasn't allowed to walk through the studio like that. They had to get permission. I had made a note that because of Jane Doe's testimony and it was so contradicting and inconsistent, they were using Suzette's testimony to pretty much back up Jane Doe's testimony. So when they asked questions, they didn't ask questions pertaining to all the girlfriends. It was strictly pertaining to Jane Doe. She said, did you notice Jane Doe doing this? Did you notice Jane Doe doing that? Although he had other girlfriends, they just kind of just stayed on Jane Doe. She says her room was in the back mainly, and she gave a photo to. Oh, okay. So they had a picture of the room that Jane Doe stayed in. Suzette was the one who supplied the government with that picture. And she basically said, yes, Summer was Rob's girlfriend, fiance. She was the main girl around Jane Doe and Joy. She said they asked, was there ever long periods of time that Jane Doe spent? She said yes. How long? She said it could be days. She asked her to be clear. The government tried to. She said, well, it could be days. But then she said, wait a minute. Let me be clear. I need to be clear. And then the government tried to stop her, and then the defense objected and let her finish her statement. And then the judge said, just ask another question, or ask that question a different way. So she asked, was there more than one day? And she said yes. So the judge asked her, why? And why was she staying in that room? And she said, because Rob directed her to. So at one particular time, she said when she was getting ready to leave. Oh, I'm sorry. So they said one particular time that she knew that she stayed at the hotel for a period of time. It was because they were all getting ready to leave to go do a show. And Rob came to Suzette and told her Jane Doe cannot go. She said, why? He said, because she's behind in her homework. So she cannot come until she finishes her homework. She was so behind that when she went back in that room to finish, it just took her a day and a half to complete all of her homework. And that's when Suzette was allowed to drive her to the next city to the show. So they used that as an example of him locking her in a room for the most part. But that was the situation. That's what she testified to. Thoughts, if any, before I continue on that? I think that was key because, like he said, they painted him out to be a monster. But how many monsters do you know care if you finish your homework or not? And if she's locked in a room for 3-4 days, can't use the bathroom or anything else, the least she could be doing is her homework, right? I mean, am I right or am I wrong? Questions? Okay. Well, she says she wants to be clear. Oh, and she also stated that she wanted to be clear that Jane Doe was able to move around the studio. They asked, was she in that? Then they tried to come back and they said, okay, was she in the room for multiple occasions? And she testified, yes, at Rob's direction. Did she have a phone? Yes. She asked, did she have like a work? They asked, did Suzette have a phone that was supplied for her for work privileges only? And she said yes, and she used that phone mainly to call Cash, the stylist, and her sister. I'm sorry, y'all gotta bear with me because remember I'm writing fast. They talking fast. I'll be trying to keep up. So she used were you? Okay, she said they asked basically, were you texting on this phone about observations, things that you were witnessing? And she said yes. Were you? They were asking your observations. Did you believe that to the best of your knowledge to be accurate? And she said yes. So then they presented Exhibit 240B. That was basically text messages between her and her sister. So you guys remember these text messages. It was basically just the incident when they showed her the text messages. Then they asked her, do you recall this incident? She literally took, it seemed like a whole 2 minutes or so to respond, yes. What was the date on this? This was December the 10th, 2015. This was 20 days before Jane Doe's 18th birthday. 2015. What do you recall? She said she really don't recall what happened. And as they were looking at the text message, she was actually having a hard time trying to understand which was her messages and which was the ones that was her sister, or they never really said who she was texting, but who was responding. So that took a minute. Then they went to Exhibit 956, which showed her cell phone number. She confirmed it. And again, they was getting clarity. And then she broke it down. Basically, any text message that say outgoing will be yours because this is your phone number. So any incoming text message will be the person that was responding to you. So on that, they were talking about her. They were asking about Jane Doe being in the back all day. And so y'all remember that. It was like, has she been back there all day? Has she went to the bathroom? And they were going back for, yeah, she came out at 8 and went to the bathroom. So those text messages. She said she noticed that during the time she spent with Rob, that anytime the girlfriends had to get on the elevator, they were instructed to turn and face the wall. They went into asking, do you recall ever having to go to basketball games and watch Rob play basketball? She said yes, we all went and we all sat together. And she asked, well, what was the girlfriends doing while he was playing basketball? And she testified that they were cheering for him. They were only allowed to cheer for Rob. But I'm saying, though, wouldn't that make sense? If your man played for a team, are you going to go to the game and cheer for the other team? No, you're going to cheer for his team, whether he winning or losing, right? Whether he good or not, you're going to cheer for his team. Make that make sense. Let me see. Were they present? Was she present if they ever failed to get permission for bathroom? And she said yes. They asked, did she ever have a conversation, I believe, with Rob about it? She said yes. Discussing the time, she said, they said that ever happened with Joy. So they mentioned Joy a lot. You're welcome. In her testimony. She said, were you ever, did it ever occur with Joy? She said, yes. Do you recall where? She said, at a truck stop. She didn't recall what cities because they made stops for both food and bathroom anytime he was on tour. We all know he don't fly. So basically it'll be a tour bus, it'll be a Sprinter, and then in the back it'll be the van or the coach bus that carried the security. They just asked, was Joy present? And she said yes. And she said, well, Joy was actually riding with her in the Sprinter. They had stopped for food. When they came back, when she came back, Joy asked if she could use the restroom. She said she took her to the restroom. When she got back to the Sprinter, Rob called and asked, why did you let her go to the bathroom? Why did you let her off the bus? She said there wasn't no consequences, there wasn't no fines, there wasn't no punishments, there wasn't anything like that. He just basically said, if I have a guest on the Sprinter, do not take them off that Sprinter without my permission. That this particular situation we're gonna get into some more once Kenneth cross-examines her. So I'm not gonna speak too much more on that because then it gets interesting once the other stuff come out. Asked where there other she asked whether the prosecution asked whether other times where Rob had confronted Joy about breaking the rules. At that point, there was a long pause. She said, well, she never seen him say anything to them about breaking the rules. That she never witnessed. But she said maybe something they wanted to do. Maybe they wanted to do something or they didn't want to do, and she didn't allow them to. So that was it. That was a problem. So he had conversations with her about that. They then began to show her pictures of Dominique, and they asked, did Rob ever confront you about anything that happened with Dominique? She said prior to being in the studio, the prosecution says prior to you being in the studio, were you at the hotel and Rob called to let you know he was, okay, she said prior to leaving the studio, she was at a hotel. She called Rob to let him know that she was leaving on a flight because she had a couple of days off. Hey, Kendra. She had a couple of days off. Rob asked her to come back and told her to go get him some sweet potato pies. She said at that time, it was like 2:00 in the morning. So she began calling, like, where can she find some sweet potato pies from? And she said, okay, she thought about Patty LaBelle's sweet potato pies. So she called the nearest Walmart and asked if they had any in stock. They did. So she drove there or Ubered there at 2 a.m. and she bought out all their pies. And then she Ubered from the Walmart to his studio. When she walked in, she said she called, I believe, June, to let him know she was out, Junebug, Uncle George, and he let her in. She walked into Rob and she said, here, you thought I was gonna fail your test. And then he was like, God damn, twin. I guess he really wasn't expecting her to go get the sweet potato pies and come back. So then she said she began to explain to him, the directions, how to heat him up, how to do what he had to do. And then after that, then he told her he wanted to talk to her to see if she had purchased Dominique a phone. And she said no. She said my sister did. And then, then the defense objected. It was sustained. Next question, she said, It was sustained. So she basically said, my sister, before it's sustained, she got out, my sister did. And then he basically told her, no, you did. And she said, no, I didn't. And he said, well, Dominique said Twin did. And then she said, I didn't buy the phone. So then she proceeded to, she said, I don't know what this is about, Uncle George. I'm sorry. She said, so she proceeded, said, I'm going to just call my sister. And Rob told her, no, you ain't got to do all that. And she said, no, I'm going to call my sister anyway. So she called and she put him on speaker and the sister answered and she told her, look, did you buy Nick a phone? And she said, yes. And she said, I bought her the phone because she wanted to call her mother. At that time, she said, Rob didn't say nothing, then asked if she could. And then he asked her, well, have you been discussing him with the girls? She said she didn't know where he was coming to and what he was referring to. She didn't know what he was referring to when she said that, but then he had asked in New Orleans at one time, did she ever? So basically at this point, the government is just trying to establish a couple of patterns where Rob was confrontational with her about allowing the girls to do things that he didn't want them to do. So they just trying to basically break down every incident she had. She bumped heads with him. So then she asked, the government asked, did you ever have a confrontation with him in New Orleans about taking Dominique off the bus to get food? And she said, yeah, she was there when that happened. And she remembered Top Gun, Foster was the driver. She said they were driving to the airport. Well, they was taking them to the airport so they couldn't get back to Chicago. She flew back. She said Dom wanted food. She told the driver to stop so she can get her some food. The driver told her, yes, we'll stop. So they did. It had been maybe a couple. So she testified that incident had occurred probably a couple of months before he had even asked her about it. So that's why she was kind of like, where is this coming from? But then at that point, she actually lied. She said no. And she said she lied because she said that it wasn't that his tone or that he was yelling or anything, but she said at that moment she seen a look in his eyes, and she said his eyes was like she never seen that before, and it kind of scared her. So she said the reason she lied is because she wanted to protect Dominique, because she didn't know what would have happened to her had she had said yes. That and then he asked her, because she kept saying he said he was gonna call Top Gun to confirm that she was lying to him anyway. And then at that point, he instructed Juice to bring Dominique downstairs, and they was talking. Oh, well, this was big. This is why he was really upset, because at some point Dominique was having conversations with Suzette about Rob's kids. Apparently, he would have his kids, which we never knew, come to his concerts. And we said before he didn't like them discussing personal things and family things and stuff with each other, but Dominique was asking Suzette why is his kids at the concert. So that's what ticked him off. That's why he was so upset. Let me see, was there anything on that? I just basically summed that all up. This tank incident was just the first fight. She started, actually, when she was telling this story, she actually started crying because she knew that was one of the rules she had broken, talking to Dominique about the situation. What she lied to Rob about, I'm sorry, let me correct myself. What she lied to Rob about was being the one to initiate that conversation. She said Dominique actually initiated that conversation asking about his kids, but she told Rob that it was her because the look in his eyes, she just felt like he was going to do something really bad to her, so she didn't want that to happen, so she lied. Any questions? Wait, hold on, it's a bunch of questions. The stories change. The stories is gonna change. No, Joy did not take the stand. It's still prosecution witnesses. He bought them when they was little. Okay. I talked about that. What happened next? He asked her basically, do not ever have a conversation with the girls about him. He was stressing that, do not have conversations with these girls about me. And he asked her, had she texted Juice's mother? And she said not intentionally. So basically what she did was, there was something on social media that was negative about Rob. She screenshotted it and she tried to text it and send it to someone. But instead of sending it to that particular person, she sent it to Juice's mother. And Juice's mother in return told Rob. She said she didn't recall exactly what it was about, but it was something negative about Rob that she had seen on social media. What did she say? Oh, no, she said she didn't send it. She lied again. She said no. She tried to send it. She said he tried to call Val to prove that she was lying. Val didn't answer. He sent Dominique back upstairs. He didn't chastise. He didn't spank. He didn't hit. He didn't do any of that. All he basically said was, do not have conversations about my personal life. They did not say when they come to a decision because the defense hasn't even gotten started yet. You're probably looking at the end of September, beginning of October for this trial to be over. They asked, did he know Val? Did they know Val? They said they're good friends. Did he know Val? Yes, they were good friends. Said he was going, and he basically just told Suzette that he was going to find her because she was discussing his children with the girlfriends. And she said she'd been fined about 3 times already. I don't understand how y'all don't get paid, but y'all get fined. So basically, she got fined $500, but since she's not getting paid, I guess that would be negative $500. She got fined negative $500, so that means she would owe him $500 because they didn't get paid. She don't recall the amount of other times, and she was told that she had to write a letter of apology in regards to that incident. She said after she wrote the letter, she left it right there with Rob. She said she had to write many others. 2 that she can really recall. The first time she didn't remember which order these letters were, but she said the first letter that she can remember was retaining to the Jane Doe. Said that they had a disagreement, so she had to write an apology letter about that. She bumped heads with Jane Doe a lot. There was an incident. We're going to get into that one now. This is where she probably had to write the letter. Well, I speak on kids, so what if his kids was at the concert? Those are his kids. Yeah, I think that's probably what he was trying to tell her. So around May 2016, they were in Jacksonville. They had a show. She had to drive Jane Doe to her graduation rehearsal in Orlando, Florida. She said after that, they left the graduation to go have dinner with the parents. Then she drove back to Jacksonville. She said she didn't attend the dinner with them. She dropped her off with her parents. They were at dinner for, she said, approximately 3 to 4 hours. After that, she went and picked her up, and then they drove back to Jacksonville. At that time, he did confront her a little bit later because Jane Doe had came and told him that Suzette would not allow her to listen to his music in the car. Rashana is Chicago. It's gonna be is she's in the Chicago federal case, and so she basically told Rob she would not let me listen to your music in the car, and she said Suzette said no, but just wait. So she said she had to write an apology letter for that. She gave that letter to June Brown to give to Rob. Her just so y'all know, her testimony is the longest. So, and I'm almost pretty much done. Once I get to the defense, the cross examination, it's gonna go by fast. She said they had. So she didn't recall the entire incident. She said, but the second time she had to write a letter, she said they had a fight, and he called her a liar. So she said, "And you a liar." And then when she said that, Joy was like, And so he got pissed because Joy had said that. And so then he told her she was fired. And she was like, fuck you, I quit. And then she said she left. She went to her hotel. She said she rode to another city with the production company. She had only stopped working with him for maybe a day or two before Uncle George, Junebug, had called her and told her that her and Rob needed to talk and they needed to reconcile. So she said she ended up going back to the studio. She waited in the studio. He went and told Rob she was there, but before he did, he told her, "You know, you want to write a letter, right?" And she was like, "Okay." And she wrote the letter. She was sitting in the Sprinter. She never went into the studio. She wrote the letter, apologized for calling him a liar, gave it to George. He gave it to Rob, and then he came back with the letter and he told her, "Well, you didn't sign this. That's not your signature." And she said, "Well, that is my signature." And she showed him her ID, and he said, "Well, damn, it is your signature." So that's when they stopped talking about that. So that was the second letter. Now 3 letters that she remembered she had to write. There was some type of birthday gathering he had for Juice. I think they were recently just talking about this on social media too. There was a birthday gathering in January 2016 that he had for Juice. The prosecution asked her who was there. She said Rob, the girlfriends, Don V, Juice's family, and all her friends. The following day, Rob was there. He said later that afternoon he had a convo. He had to have a conversation with Val. She didn't know what was said, but when he went up, this is the incident where they basically had said that Rob was pissed off because the girls was twerking at the party, and Val was at the house, and he supposedly told Val, "Don't come upstairs." So he went upstairs, and he supposed to. They said at that time, to my understanding, that he spanked the girls or he did whatever he did to them. When she testified, it sounded like he was upstairs making the girls fight each other because of that. But she did say she couldn't tell if they were laughing, playing. She said that she kept saying laughing. She kept hearing laughing, but she was like, she just really couldn't tell. But what confirmed to her that he had them up there fighting was it was something that he said to her once they left and got into the Sprinter to go somewhere else. He told her that he had to I forgot the term she used, but he confirmed it with whatever he said to her in the Sprinter. I'm gonna get back to that too. So at that time, Gloria Allred had actually walked into the courtroom with 2 males. I didn't know who they were. A little bit later, we found out that was Faith's father, and I guess the father had bought him a little security, so he was a member of the family. So they were sitting in the courtroom. Faith is still testifying right now, so she hasn't been cross-examined by the defense just yet. He had the girlfriends. Yeah, she said he had the girlfriends fight each other. Okay, I went through all of that. So let's see. Oh, so she asked him when he told her basically that he had them fighting. She said, well, why'd you do that? He was like, because she wasn't supposed to invite no males to the party. And she said there wasn't no males there. He said, yes, it was. And she told him, no, there wasn't. And then he basically said, well, her cousin is a dude. So I guess she had like a stud type cousin that was there. And Juice was twerking on her cousin. And so was Dominique. So that's what he was upset about. Judge leaned more towards the masculine side. I guess the judge was like, does that mean the cousin leaned more towards the masculine side? She said yes. They asked, she said he didn't like twerking. And so they asked, well, what's twerking? And she said it was some type of booty dance, a booty movement type dance. December the 31st, there was a show in Detroit. Jane Doe was present. They said, do you recall Rob? She said, do you recall the defendant in the sprinter with Jane? Yes, Jane Doe was on the sprinter asleep. Van had asked to use a charger, and she said yes, and she passed it through the partition. When she said she didn't open it, she cracked it, but when she passed it through the partition, Jane Doe jumped up and was like, did you just open that? And she said, I cracked it. And Jane says, very upset, you're not supposed to do that. Rob wouldn't want her to open that. And so Van would not. But then they asked, well, even though you cracked the partition or opened the partition, would he have been able to see to the back? Would he have been able to see Jane from where he was sitting? And she said, no, he wouldn't have been able to see her anyway. But she made a big deal about it, and I believe she also told Rob. She said Jane Doe did say something about she hadn't eaten in 2 days. However, she didn't say why she hadn't eaten it. She didn't say at whose direction it was that she hadn't eaten, but she hadn't been off that sprinter all day. They sidebar after that. Any questions? Sylvia, anybody on your side got any questions? Okay. So next they showed her Exhibit 76, which is the picture of Haley Calhoun. They said, do you recall an incident where she came into your room? Where the defendants, I hate saying defendants, Rob's girlfriend spoke to you about their relationship? And she said, yes, she was in the studio and she was asleep, and Haley came running in her room crying. And she said she woke me up and she was crying. She was saying, twin, he hit me. And she said, who? Rob. And then she proceeded to pull her shorts down and say he spanked her and slapped her. And she showed her butt where he had bruised her butt. And then and the reason was because he took her phone and he went through it. I don't know if he's seen something. I don't know. They didn't specify what was in her phone. They just said he had took her phone and went through it, and that upset him. And then that's the reason for their altercation. At that time, they had braked. We came back about 11:43. At this time, the defense began to question Suzette. This sounds like this is all about his personal sex life. Yeah, somewhat. I think they telling a story of how a celebrity lives, and they expect regular people to understand that their privacy is way different than the type of privacy we need. So for him not to want them to discuss his personal business, that's no different from one of your love folks saying, don't put all your business on social media. Don't nobody need to know all your business. I don't know how many times we have heard Rob say social media is the devil. So why would he want them to be posting, doing the stuff that he's doing? And if you're gonna be with him, I mean, just respect that. Did you? Yes, I did get Faith's testimony, but she still understand. So now they went back to the truck stop because remember, this is Kenneth. He's cross-examining her. So they went back to the truck stop when Rob became upset because he took her off the bus. So she basically said, "You're assistant." He asked, "You're an assistant to the girls?" And she said, "No, I'm not." He said, "Well, who are you assistant to?" She said, "To Rob." And he said, "But at this time, you're on the bus with who? Joy. Why are you on the bus with Joy if you're Rob's assistant?" "Well, I wasn't on the bus with Joy. Joy was on the bus with me. She just happened to be on the bus. I always ride on the Sprinter. I never ride on the tour bus. Rob was on the tour bus. Well, that was in front of the Sprinter." So I'm just going to sound through what happened with this. So there's Kennick was saying, so you said Rob was upset because you took her off the bus. Where was the security? She said, "I don't know where the security was at." So Rob was on the bus. He never got off the bus, but you took his girlfriend off the bus. Yes. And she said, "Well, what type of truck stop was this?" "It was a type of truck stop where all truckers come in and wash up and do things like that." Kennick said, "Well, isn't it true that the reason why he got upset because you took off the bus is because they had no security and he didn't know anything could happen?" And she just basically said, because she basically said she didn't know why he was upset, but they stopped at places like that all the time, and she didn't know why he got upset. And then he asked again, "Was there any security around?" And she said no, she didn't know where the security was. So that's how that went when Kenneth came. He opened that up. I just basically summed it up. She went on to say, "We stopped at the truck stop anytime Rob or the girls, or they stopped at Walmart." She said he stopped at Walmart a lot on the road. Anytime him or the girls asked for food, yes. He said, "Who will go get the food?" She said she will go get the food. That was for him and the girls. Okay, I finished all that. Rob was upset exchange. He was. He also said, "Well, he was that upset at you. Did he fine you?" "No." "Did he make you write a letter?" "No, he didn't." "So what did he do?" "He just told me that he was upset that I took her off the bus without the permission." And then they went into asking about the incident with the $500. At that time, now she just testified about when she had to pay a $500 fine. Now he's asking her about the $500 fine, and all of a sudden she can't recall what that fine was about. Why did she get in trouble and have to pay the $500 fine? So he asked her numerous times, "Did you not just testify before break about you having to pay that $500 fine?" And she was like, "Yes, but I really can't remember. I remember it was either between Jane or Joy. It was something that they had did, but I can't recall which one." He testified. And then he said, and then she had said, "Well, maybe it had been the incident that happened with Joy. That's when I had to pay the $500. So then he said, "Did you have to write a letter?" "Yes." She said the letter incident was the one with Neek, and the other time is when she called him a liar. There was a situation when you wrote the letter, he didn't tell. And then he was just basically saying, when you wrote that letter, was he right there? No. Did he tell you what to write? No. But she said she wrote the letter. Testified about a situation. Kelly asked her to not compensate with his girlfriend. So we're going back to what she testified for with the prosecution. So now he's saying, okay, well, you just testified that Rob asked you not to have a conversation with his girlfriend about their relationships. He asked her, "Was that your job?" She said no. He said that you seen something on social media and you sent it. Yes. Rob asked you not to do that. Yes. It wasn't intended to send to Juice's mother. And he said, bottom line, you were passing along some gossip, and he asked you not to do that. Yes. Testified, when she took Jane Doe to the graduation, he said, isn't it in fact that you did not drive? She said, no, I drove her. He said, no. Isn't it a fact that you did not drive because you told Rob that you didn't have a driver's license? And she said, Rob wanted me to rent a car, and I didn't want to rent a car, so that's why I told him I didn't have a driver's license. She said, but I indeed drove her because when I told him I couldn't rent the car, he told me to take one of the security vans. She said, I took the security vans, but then it basically came back to she just didn't want to be in the car with Jane Doe anyway. She said, so that's why she told him that lie, because she didn't want to be in the car with her. And then that's when she proceeded to say she went to the graduation rehearsal, dropped her off with a family. She stayed 3 to 4 hours. And then she said, so that was 3 or 4. I guess he was trying to point out that's 3 or 4 hours that you wasn't with her. So that's 3 or 4 hours she could have stayed with her parents. She could have did whatever she needed to do to get out of that situation if that was really what happened. But she didn't. She went back. Then they talked about May 16th. She's still connected with you. That happened on May 16th. When did you first? Okay, so she said when he asked her, when you first met Jane Doe, what grade did she tell you she was in? Oh, she told me she was a college freshman. So now keep in mind, she said she testified that she met Jane Doe September 2015. At that time, she said that she was a college freshman. Keep that in mind. And that she was 18 years old. So they say you, Rob, Jane was in Vegas sitting around. He asked Jane about her practicing. Once again, she lied and said yes. He was in the studio, and this is that same incident. He had been rehearsing for a while. She said yes, he was in there recording tracks for the Soul Train Awards, and he kept asking her, "Did you practice? Did you practice?" So basically, in this right here question, and Kanik was trying to say, "Well, if you left and went to the bathroom, and somebody had to show you where it was at before you can even get there, that means you didn't go straight to the bathroom. You first had to find somebody that could direct you to the bathroom, get them to take you there, and then when you came back, you still didn't go into the studio. You sat in the lobby. You testified to that. They were in the studio. Is the studio known to be soundproof? Yes. So his point was, how was you hearing anything that they was doing, or how was you hearing something that felt like he hit her if they were in a soundproof room? So then that's when she said, oh, you know what? They wasn't in the studio. They was in another type of room that wasn't used for studio, that wasn't used for recording or anything. So that's why she was able to hear it. Then she said, I just talked about that. Testified she believed Rob. I talked about that. She said she believed that in the situation that after Juice's birthday party, she believed that Rob had the girls fighting because of something that he mentioned after they left, and I don't know where they were driving to, but it was her and Rob in the studio, and she asked him about it, and he said, maybe this is what I can say. Hold on.
Bad guys are everywhere. I should know. Okay, I work for the government. I've been to prison, and it sucks.
He said he had them get on each other. That was the term he used. He had them get on each other. So she took that to mean he made them fight each other. But again, she said that it sounded like a lot of noise. He did tell Juice's mother not to come upstairs. It sounded like a lot of laughing. I'm sorry. And then it was because of twerking. Panic asked, what is twerking? And then there was an objection. The judge sustained. And then Kanik rephrased the question and said, well, what kind of dancing is twerking? And she said, basically moving your butt. And then Kanik and the judge started joking. Kanik said something about it's like dropping low. And the judge said, oh, I know what that means. So that was a little joke for the day, I guess. So then she testified yesterday. So I wasn't there for that, so I can't get more in detail to this. So somebody named Jackie was a friend of Kelly's. Her, and her friend started dating, and they went to a party. Okay, it was a girl. Rob's friend started dating one of her friends. They went to a party together. When they went to the party together, they were asked to show their IDs, even though she worked for him. She was still asked to show her ID. Kennick asked, was they asked to sign non-disclosure? She said no, they was not asked to sign non-disclosure. She couldn't recall that. He asked, did your friend get in trouble for something for taking pictures? I guess yesterday they may have tried to make it seem like that he got real aggressive with the girl because she was just trying to take pictures. Today she testified, no, he didn't get aggressive. The security guard basically, she was outside. She took a picture of a banner that had his new album cover on it, and she took a picture of that. The security guard asked her, did you just take a picture? She said yes. She showed her phone to the security guard. They probably made her to delete it. I don't know. They didn't get into detail with it. But he was just trying to point out there was no aggression. It's just they gave her a warning, don't take no pictures. They didn't take her phone. They didn't break her phone. I'm guessing yesterday that was discussed because he stressed her phone was not broken today. So then testify when you went to the graduation, there was others. He tried to say that there was somebody else on the sprinter when she took Azriel to her graduation, and she said no, there was nobody else on the sprinter. And he said, well, he showed her a document that they had took her statement, and they basically said that she said that it was, and she told him that that's not what was said. There was nobody else on the sprinter. I think he tried to trick her up in that situation, and it didn't kind of work. So he just proceeded on. He said, isn't it a fact that when you met with the government, you told them that they were yeah, this is when he was saying, didn't you tell the government that there was 4 people on the bus? And she said no. And then he went back to saying, well, didn't you, I basically covered that too. That's just basically talking about, didn't you tell Rob that you didn't have an ID? And then she basically admitted that she lied. She just didn't want to be in the car with Jane Doe. Kennick also went back and he showed her proof that they did sign an NDA at the party. She said if she did, she said if that's what that says, then I guess we did, but she didn't remember it. But she do know that they did not take her phone. Janky, he went into, and Janky, Rob's good friend, had passed, and then he started to say, wasn't Rob extremely emotional at that funeral? And he actually wrote a song just for him and sang it at the funeral and got extremely emotional. And the prosecution objected, and it was sustained because, again, I guess the judge she did a hearing where she didn't want them to do too much care. She said if you want to talk about his character and things, she told them it's best for them to call witnesses that can be character witnesses for Rob. So she had already said that, so that's why they sustained. At this point, this is when her sister was hired. Her sister was hired to be a chaperone for Summer, and she was not a chaperone to any of the girls. Suzette, she said she was strictly a chaperone for Rob. Her sister was there for Summer because Summer was pregnant, and she wanted to make sure she was getting all her getting to her doctor's appointments and things like that. And it didn't necessarily have to be when she was just at the house. She was her assistant even when she was away from the house. Then they proceeded to take a 10-minute break. This was at 12:15, 12:25. Then they came back and they said, Summer was the primary girlfriend. Yes. Was she pregnant? Yes. Rob wanted someone to be with her at all times to assist her for her medical appointments. Yes. Okay, so she said that was mainly her sister's responsibility. They asked her what was yours. She said he didn't say. So basically, she was his assistant, but she didn't know what her responsibilities was. No, that's not the same summer. Rob had his own. She said Rob had his own assistants, and he had an assistant for each of his girlfriends. And she said, so I can only speak for myself. I was hired to be Rob's personal assistant. There was no runners at that time. She said there was nobody that had the title of being a runner, but there was errands that needed to be ran. It could be either one of them to run those errands. He asked, were you aware that all the girls had Uber accounts? No. Were you aware that all the girls had transportation accounts? She said no. Then he went back. He said, so the baby that was being expected was that Robin Summers' baby? She said yes. And then at that point, she began to describe the layout of the tour bus. His whole point, she talked about the whole point of the tour bus, where everything was. And then he ended, was there a fridge on the tour bus? And she said yes. So they had access to food on the tour bus. He talked about, I guess yesterday they talked about the tour bus being like super luxury. And he said that tour bus that these girls was riding on cost $2 million. So when they sitting there complaining, so that bus pretty much had everything on it, and it had a phone in the back of the bus where the girls were kept. So even if they didn't have their phones, the Sprinter had a built-in phone for them. When Rob was on the bus, did he have security? No, security was on another bus. It was a coach. Security was always there, but okay, this goes right back to what I just told y'all. Rob was upset because Joy got off the bus and Suzette did not make sure she had security because security wasn't around. Had she called Rob and asked him, he would have been able to tell her, don't let her off the bus because I don't have any security. She testified about a time Jane Doe was left, and we talked about that. That was because she didn't finish her schoolwork. She was left. So at this point, the room that Jane Doe was in, supposedly Suzette testified to the government that was like a movie theater room. So she said she would go in there and watch movies all the time. So Kennick asked her, isn't it true that it had a kitchenette and a bathroom in that room? She said, no, it didn't. So he proceeded to say, are you sure? She said, yeah, I've been in that room several times. It didn't have that. So then he went and pulled his documents, exhibit something, and show her that she had told the government that it did have a kitchenette and that it did have a bathroom. And then she said, no, they must have misunderstood because when you come out of that room, if you go left, I believe she said, that's where the kitchen and the bathroom was, but it wasn't inside of that room. But he ended it with, so when they finished taking your statement and taking your notes, did you read it? She said yes. So basically she knew that they had messed up in the statement, but she didn't do anything to correct it. He asked her, do you remember telling the court that you had woke up, that you was awakened by Haley? She said yes. And he said, was that something that you witnessed, what she told you? No. Do you recall if she was? They asked, was she the primary girlfriend? He said no. And he said, did she live with Rob? And she basically said no, she didn't live with Rob. She actually had her own apartment. And they asked, how was that apartment being financed? Rob was paying for the apartment. He actually got her that apartment. And she testified that Haley was free to come and go as she pleased. She actually said that Haley was only there some of the time. She came and go, so they didn't even see her that often. And then she asked, he asked, Kenneth asked her, were you with Mr. Kelly during the holidays? She said, during Christmas? She said, yes. How many trees did he have? She said he had 2 trees. And he actually kept them up all year round. The judge said, all year round. And she said, yes. And she said he also celebrated Thanksgiving. She couldn't really remember Easter, but New Year's Eve, all the other holidays, yes. He said he had no more questions. The prosecution basically went to redirect. I'm going to sum these up. So, do you remember the counsel asking you about a convo you had? Okay, so they went back to the conversation that she was having with Dom, and that was when Dominique was talking to her about the personal relationship and about Rob's kids. You testified that you lied for Dominique. Yes. You wrote a letter still. Yes. You wrote the letter talking about you talking to Dom, even though she said she wrote a letter apologizing for talking to Dom, even though she still had yet to tell Rob that she wasn't the one that initiated the conversation. Dominique actually initiated it. It's still freezing, y'all. Is it freezing now? I'll wait. I don't want to go in and come out because I have Sylvia on here with her live. Is it freezing? Okay. So she said, told her he was upset things. The prosecution said he told you that he was upset because Juice was dancing with her cousin that looked like a dude. Yes. Defense asked about the back room. Any doubt in your mind if that back room had a kitchenette or a bathroom? No, it didn't. Do you remember Haley came to you crying and pulling down her pants? Is that true? Yes, that is true. Defense asked you about statements made in a report. Have you seen the report? She said no. He said, so did you double check it for accuracy? She said no. But when Kanik was questioning her, he said at the end of the last question he asked her about that report is, did you read the report? And she said yes. But here she's saying no, she did not check it for accuracy. Those little things, when there's any kind of reasonable doubt, when you're forming that reasonable doubt, you got to say not guilty. Those little things you lie about, this the big things now we got to question. On New Year's Eve, she said it was a question. Did Jane Doe tell you she hadn't eaten for 3 days? It was an objection sustained. But she did say, oh, she was told that. She didn't know that for sure, but that's what she was told. There was a redirect. Testified that if you hold on 1 second. Said Rob was upset because of his. Okay, she testified. She said that Rob was upset not because of his tone. Remember I talked about that, but it was the look in his eyes. So that's the reason why she lied, because she needed to say Dominique, because the look, she'd never seen it before. She said in all her years working for Rob, she never seen him look like that. So then Kanik asked her, what time was this that y'all was having this conversation? It was 2 a.m. Is it true that he had been up for days at that time? The prosecution objected. It was sustained. So we'll never know if that was the answer. Was that the case? And that might be why his eyes looked the way it did. Okay, so he just basically asked her, because he said he didn't ask yesterday if the Sprinter had a bathroom or a kitchenette, and she said no. But he basically ended the Sprinter also had a fridge on it. So we broke for lunch. They let us know that they had a witness. They didn't say her name. We kind of figured it was Faith because we seen her father in the courtroom. And then there was somebody by the name of Christopher Davis. So basically, Christopher Davis was an agent with Homeland Security. When that letter was sent to Lydia Hill, who is Faith's attorney, telling her to retract her civil suit, or they were going to post her pictures or something that was sent to her attorney. She basically contacted Homeland Security. They came, they took pictures of the letter that they received, and then they took it over to wherever they take it to for evidence. At some point, that letter ended up with some markings on it, green markings. He testified he had no idea where that came from. That was not something that they did. That's not something that normally happens when that does that. So he was saying maybe once they sent it over to the NYPD, they ended up getting it into their custody or something. And when they took it, they actually sent it to their forensic team. So maybe that's where the green markings came from. I'm guessing they're gonna talk about that later once Faith finished testifying. They're probably gonna get more into that. But that was basically all he had testified to, is that he came and took the letter that was received to Lydia Hill's office. So then by 2:33, they was calling Faith to the stand. Gloria, by this time, she was no longer in the overflow room. She had went downstairs. She walked in with Faith, and then she sat on the. She didn't sit in the jury booth where Faith is testifying at. She sat on the opposite side of the jury. They show her Exhibit 79, which was a picture of her. She recognized. Yes. Do you see it? They showed her a picture of Rob. Do you recognize that? Yes, that's Robert Kelly. Do you see him in the courtroom? Yes, she said. They said to identify what he had on. She said a blue jacket. She said the first time she met Rob was in San Antonio, Texas, at the Token Center. He was performing. That was around March 17th. She was 19 years old. He was 50 years old. After meeting him, did you begin traveling to meet him? Yes. Did you engage in sex? Yes. May 2017. The last time was February 2018. At any time, did he tell you he had herpes? No. Did he use a condom? No. They said, did you see different sides to him? Describe his demeanor. And she basically said, he was really compassionate. He was nice. He wasn't mean. He was caring. She said sometimes he made her feel like somebody that she had went to school with. Yes, Linda Hill is in prison. She went to prison maybe a few months after that was received, and that's the reason why Faith had to get a new attorney, because she did go to prison. She went to prison after almost around the same time everything started coming down for Avenatti. She said he reminded her of somebody that she would have went to school with. She said, but then he would flip and become this hypersexual type of person. So then she said she graduated high school. She did some college. She left school because she said it just wasn't for her. She had 6 siblings, 5 half and 1 full. She was, at this time, she was around 14 years old. So she's the baby. Her sister, not her. She said the mother runs a daycare. The father is a supervisor for the school district, and he's also a pastor. They asked her again, when and where was the first time she met Rob. And then they show her a picture of the Token Center and asked her to identify it. She said, yes, it's a Token Center. She said she went to a concert with her older sister, who was 36 years old. She basically had tickets to his show. She had no one to go with. So she called and asked if she was willing to go. She said she was not a fan of R. Kelly's at that time, but she did go. She said she was sitting somewhere. She said she had basically had seats to sit one particular spot, but she could not see. So she said she moved closer. Once she decided to move closer, towards the end of the concert, she said 2 ladies approached her with wristbands, told her to attend the after party. She said they were wearing T-shirts with his face on the front and staff on the back. After the concert, she said she went and got her car. The reason she had to get her car is because it was in valet, and valet was finna close. It took her an hour to do that. Her sister had headed backstage already. So when she was done getting her car, she basically knocked on the door and she showed them her wristband, and they just escorted her to the backstage. She said when she got back there was mainly all women, a few men, probably wearing some staff shirts. She said her sister was back there. Music was playing, drinks was being served. She said when she first got there, Rob wasn't there. When he came in, he stood there for a minute, and then all of the ladies started going crazy. And Rob told them, "Wait, no phones." Um, and then that's when the ladies proceeded to get in line so that they can basically give him a hug or whatever. So they lined up. The sister did get in line. She said she didn't. She said after her sister met him, she said then they just started to there was still music being played, so they just started to dance and whatever. They kept to themselves on one side, and he mingled the room with people, but then he ended up coming and sitting in the chair that was behind her, and she turned and she looked at him, and then he just told her, "Don't stop dancing." And at that time he told her, or at that time he handed her a piece of paper, and it had his 2 phone numbers on there, and he told her, when I give you this, don't make a big deal about it. Just text me. Just text me later with a picture of you so I know who it is that's texting me. She said what I just said. It was 2 numbers. She said later eventually she ended up getting some additional numbers from him. And then they went into the exhibits. That was photos of his number in her phone. So now she have it saved as do not reply ×3. Before it was saved as daddy. The other number she had don't see reply. She said, but before it was saved as daddy as well. They went back to when he handed her the number. He invited her back to his room for food. Okay, so when they finished in the little meet and greet area, he ended up telling them, "You can come back to my dressing room, you and your sister. We can have some food." So she told him, "The more my sister want to pick," and they ended up getting a picture. Then they went to his personal dressing room. In the dressing room, it was just those three. He started just asking general questions like, "What do you guys do? You sing, you dance, you model?" And she basically said, "No, I don't do any of that. I'm just in school," or whatever she's trying to do with her life. And he asked the sister the same questions, and then she said yes, she sing. And then he started telling them about his new music. He actually played them a few tracks. He showed them pictures of Rihanna because she said he was bragging and so happy because Rihanna was wearing a t-shirt with his picture on it. Have you guys seen that? I seen that. That was dope. She said they took a picture with him, and at that time that's when the prosecution had put up a photo that they took. It was Exhibit 209, and it was her, Rob, and her sister. And then, so before she left, he reminded her to send a picture of herself and name so he wouldn't forget. She said she dropped her sister at home. She lived with only her parents and her little sister. She told her sister he gave her his number. Her sister was so excited about her and told her out of all the girls up in there, he actually gave you his number. You should be feeling special. She said when she got home, she texted him a picture of herself. It was a full body picture that she had already had saved in her phone. And he sent, when she did get a response back to him, it was the next morning. She went to sleep. She woke up and she seen that she had a text from him. And she said he was very friendly, told her that she was very pretty, and invited her to the studio in San Antonio. Yeah, Kevin, your guy is going to jail. He is not. You're not supposed to be calling your guy daddy. That's Rico. So he said, "Come to the studio." She said she didn't go, but they did keep texting and FaceTiming. She didn't recall who initiated the conversation. I don't know what that's about. She said, but he seemed to be a really down to earth person. She was surprised he even asked her a lot of questions about herself. He asked her, did she have a boyfriend? and what does she like to do, things like that. It says, how did Rob refer to himself by daddy? Oh, so how soon did Rob tell you to refer to him as daddy? And she said, well, that happened almost like the next day. He didn't tell her. He sent it through. He didn't call her and tell her. He sent it through text. And she said one time he called. She said one time he called and he had said, hey, baby. And she said, hey. And he said, no, let's try this again. He hung up and then he called back and said, hey, baby. And she said, hey, daddy. And he said that was better. She said he always told me that I was beautiful and very pretty. And I know I'm skipping ahead, but I know she said he had told her that he liked her because she looked like his other girls. So that's why he kind of thought she would fit in, because she looked like the other girls. After he left, she heard from him. She said after she left at the beginning, she only heard from him every other day, but eventually it started coming. It went to every single day she talked to him. Said he basically told her, whenever you want to come see me, just let me know, and we can make arrangements for that. So this is when Diana came into the picture with her, because he gave her Diana's number and said, just call that and she'll make your travel arrangements. And she said in April 2007, she spoke to Rob about coming to one of his shows. And he told her to basically text Diana, and that show was supposed to be in Chicago. Exhibit 206B is a picture of Diana contact number in her phone. So she said at that time she didn't end up going because Diana had sent the wrong ticket information to her phone. And she said she thought that was really weird. So she told Diana, you sent me the wrong ticket information. Diana said, well, I'm going to send it through your email. I'll send the right one. And she also called Rob and told Rob that he did that. That she did that. I'm sorry. And I think I remember her saying something about when she told him, he kind of felt, he laughed about it and just was like, you kind of overreact and just chill. She made a mistake. And then they basically just was showing the flight information they had received from Diana. She testified that she this is basically what I just said. Rob told her it was okay. He laughed it off, like, don't make a big deal about it. So the second time came for them to meet later, and it was in NYC. That was his idea. He told her he had a show and that he would be in town, and would she like to come? He said it'd be fun. She said yes. She said afterwards she contacted Diana and she was able to make it to New York. They contacted each other by text. Exhibit 205A was basically more text messages. May 18th, 2018, she'd never been in New York. Rob paid for the flight. Who did she communicate with? Rob and Diana. Rob told her to let Diana know whenever she made a stop anywhere along the way or anything like that, just to make sure you let Diana know. And I know there was another incident where she wanted to go. Okay, I'm jumping ahead. Okay, they was reading off the text messages while she was on the way to New York. She sent a text. Oh. Basically, she sent a text message and she was asking which hotel does she go to once she get there, but she never got a response. Once she landed, she realized her text actually never went through. So when Diana texted her and told her room was in her name, it was there for 2 nights. When she arrived there was an issue because it was actually in someone. Well, she told her it was in Faith's name, but she said when she arrived at the hotel, it was an issue because it was in someone else's name. So she texted Diana about the issue. Diana said no, it's under my name, and then that's when she told her. Okay, so then she got the key. Whatever. Diana told her to get ready. They were. They weren't there, but the show was going to start, and she'll be basically be there to pick her up. She said she ended up going to the venue by the Uber. Diana had actually sent the Uber. She ended up meeting when she got to the show. She met Diana at Will Call office. They showed a picture of Diana. She said yes, that was her. She came to get her, She took her to the dressing room, waited for him to finish getting a haircut. He came in after just a few minutes, told her she looked very pretty, told her to give him a kiss. She said she gave him a peck, and he said, "You're not doing that right." And then he ended up tongue kissing her and said, "I'm going to have to teach you how to kiss." Because I guess she didn't know how. Maybe. Told her to, let me see, told her where she basically told her where she was going to sit in the show. Security was there, but it wasn't close to her. She interacted. She said she just basically interacted with her at the concert. He interacted with her, so basically he sang to her. She said that made her feel so happy. Diana said they were going to an after party and called her an Uber. She said she didn't end up going to the after party. She actually went back to the hotel and she slept from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. She said at 6 a.m. Rob called her and told her that he was coming. And he came in after she opened the door, he asked her, "Why do you have your PJs on?" Later, when they went back to this, he said, "Why you have on them grandma drawers?" So that kind of changed up too. He told her to turn on the heat. She said she had to cut it up to 80 degrees. And then he told her to turn on ESPN and then strip down. Asked again, "Why are you wearing those PJs still?" So basically that was her cue, and she took her clothes off. He told her to massage. He stripped waist down and then told her to massage him. She proceeded to massage his shoulders. Once she began to massage his shoulders, he told her, "No, not there." And then he grabbed her hand and put it on his penis. And she told him, "Well, I'm not ready for that." And he said, "Well, he's only on his best when he's wanted." And then she said he came in, he had a Gucci belt. They weren't on the bed. And then he basically told her, no, Joy didn't testify today. He basically told her to come rub on Daddy. And that's when she went back because she told him again that she didn't want to rub there. They braked to 3:30. Prosecution came back, wanted to enter into evidence. Okay, so during that break, when they were talking about those motions, this is the part. During that break, they wanted to enter into evidence business records before they began, and it was exhibits 945A through 945B. That was for NRG Recording Studios. And then they wanted to enter exhibits 946A through D. That was also for NRG Recording Studios. No, we have an overflow room. So then the prosecution continued testifying about the morning events after attending the show. After he entered her room, he stripped down. We just talked about that. She wasn't ready. Okay, then he instructed her to He instructed her to get on. So she said he instructed her to get on the bed while he was rubbing her on her back, from her back down to her vagina. He wasn't fingering her. She was really explicit with trying to describe what he was doing. She said he wasn't fingering her, but it was more like he was poking. And he had her spread. And then she said the movement he was doing on her back, it was she basically summed it up to like she felt like she was being examined by an OB-gynecologist. He basically said that he said I was tight. She said at this time she was on all fours and he began to give her oral sex. He flipped her over, and that's when she seen he had an iPad, and she seen that he was recording her. She said she didn't say anything about it. She didn't mention it. And then he finished giving her oral sex, and then when he finished, that's when she seen he was getting ready to penetrate her. And she asked him, "Are you using a condom?" He said no, but he started, but told her there was a. Once he started, she was explaining that he finished really quickly or something. But when he finished, he basically told her that was a lot that she had to learn. He basically told her she didn't know how to arch her back or something or anything, and basically throw it back on. And she said she didn't. It didn't last after a while, but he looked at her. He looked at her and said, "You know, you can tell me if you're only 16, right? You could tell Daddy if you're only 16." And she said, "No, I'm 19. Do you want to see my ID?" And he said, "No, I believe you." And then he left. And she says when he left, she felt embarrassed. And she stressed she only had one other boyfriend and she wasn't really experienced. And then at that time, they had a sidebar. Came back. Next question. Any questions? At that point, before he penetrated you, had he told you he had herpes? No. Did he use a condom? No, he didn't. Testified, you noticed the iPad recording, correct? And said Rob was telling you to moan. She said yes. What was he telling you to say? She said, what did he feel like? He told her to ask what did Daddy feel like. And she said after that he left. She took a shower. She got in the bed. She called her friend, and she explained the interaction with her friend because she wanted to know, did she do something wrong? She said at that time she contacted her former high school best friend who was in New York because she had a track meet. They agreed that they'd meet up for lunch. After she made the plan, she let Diana know what she was going to be doing. And Diana told her, well, you should tell Rob, let him know what your plans are. That was exhibit 208B. It was an 80-page doc. It was basically screenshots of her and Diana's conversations. She said she contacted Diana. I just said that. And then she said, well, contact Rob. And then Rob basically told her, well, you know, it's not safe for a young girl to be roaming around New York City. New York City is a big city. I would be more comfortable, but she didn't say that. She said he basically told her it'll be safer if you just got you some room service. You could order whatever you like and just stay in the room and chill. And she said that's what she ended up doing. She stayed in the room. He told her that if when you order room service, if it was a woman at your door, tell her just to knock and leave the food at the door. If it was a man, that was by absolutely no means was she allowed to let that man see her. He told her don't go out the room. The reason she didn't want to she said she didn't end up seeing him again in that whole trip. She ended up leaving on May 20th. So she came down May 18th and she left on May 10th. But they still called. He still FaceTimed her. He still texted. But actually, it was less. She said at this point, it was less FaceTime. Texting and calls, mainly only while he was in New York. When she got home, he was telling her that there was a lot that she had to learn about being with him, and it was just he was just giving her corrective criticism. She said she didn't see him again until June 2017. They were in Chicago. She stayed for 2 days. She was at a hotel. After she arrived, her Uber picked her. Diana had an Uber picked her up. She saw him. She didn't see him until the next day at his studio on Justine. After she arrived, she let Diana know she was there, so someone would open the door. Rob actually opened the door, and she said he was just happy to see me, and he was just like, "Hey," and she asked him about having Christmas trees still up in the studio, and he told her to shh, and she told him, well, she was just like, I wasn't even talking that loud, but he still told me to shh. She said, and then she had told him that she had a black eye, and he basically looked at her and said, well, your titty's still there, your ass still there, so I still think, so you look good to daddy. And kept telling her to shh. And looking back, she said he was looking back a lot, and then all of a sudden he immediately pulled out his penis and told her to suck it. And she told him she was on her period, and he told her, you don't say that, you say you have your friend. And he made her suck his dick, and they asked, how long were you actually at the studio by this time? She said 10 minutes. Amy, what do you mean she arrived, she went? I won't take it down. She said it actually took 30, she was actually giving him oral sex for about 30 minutes. And when I say suck his dick, those is actual words that they used in court. So if they would have said to give him oral sex, I would have put that, but they actually said suck his dick. Most of what I'm saying here is pretty much the same things that you'll see in the transcript, just so y'all know. She actually said that. She said it took him 30 minutes to do that. She said afterwards, he told her if they had to go to a movies or something like that while they was there, she'd be sucking his dick. Then he told her to call an Uber and go to Water Tower to buy some lingerie, gave her $200 to buy it. She said she was kind of confused as to why he told her to do that, but she went and she brought the lingerie. After that, she didn't see him again on that trip. She said she went back to the hotel and then she went home. She said they still kept calling. They kept, yeah, you're right. Back to the hotel and then kept calling, texting, FaceTiming. She eventually came across a negative article that was about him. And so she said she had a convo with him about the article. Well, she said she didn't really tell him that she's seen the article or anything, but she texted him and she just said, hey, I hope you're okay. I'm praying for you. I want you to know I'm praying for you. And he said, he ended up saying, thank you. And yes, please pray for me. And then she said she's seen him again in Dallas in December 2018. Diana booked the flights for the trips, stayed in Dallas for about 3 days. She stayed at the Stellar Hotel. She said they were there for his concert. She first saw him at a cigar bar. Diana arranged for that. When she was there, he was there with the entourage, and the Sprinter was there. She said when he seen that she was there, he told everyone to put their phones up. Diana told her where to sit, got her a bottle of champagne. Rob was talking to the owners, and she said she had about 2 glasses. She said at one time she ended up having her legs crossed, and she had her legs crossed to the left, and there was a gentleman actually sitting to her left. So Rob came and stood behind her and told her, uncross your legs and sit up. Keep your legs together. He said, you do not cross your legs. You do not cross your legs and point them towards another man. That's disrespectful. I threw in a disrespectful. He said, you basically just don't point your legs at another man. Then he told her to ride back with Diana. They ride back to his show. They were going to his show at this time and ride back with Diana. Diana took her to the dressing room. Rob told Diana to give her a drink. She did. After that, they ended up having sex. After the sex, Diana knocked and told him that he had 2 minutes. Diana ended up walking her to her seat. She said he interacted with her once again in the show. She said it was very entertaining. After the concert, Diana came and escorted her back to the backstage. She said there was a curtain that separated her. So on one side of the curtain, it was just her, but then she said that she could hear other females on the other side, and she said it sounded like young girls. They were over there. She could hear Rob as well. They were listening to music, and at one point, I guess the music stopped. So one of the girls came from across the curtain onto the other side and started the music back up. And then she said, she wasn't worried about it because she wasn't checking for them other girls. She wasn't there to appease them, so it didn't matter. And then she said, okay, so now she could hear, came around the curtain. And so at that point, Rob had told her to make her another drink. She said at some point she ended up going back to the hotel in the Uber and that she was very drunk. After about 2 hours, he was knocking on the door. They had sex. She don't remember if he recorded that interaction. He did leave some jewelry there. She let him know he came back to get his jewelry. She said at that point, that was the first time they ever really had a deep conversation. She said Rob had cried to her, saying people are always talking about the bad things I've done, but they never talk about the good things I do. They don't talk about the charity that I give to, the donations that I make to people. He began to talk about his childhood abuse. He was explaining to her why he's the way he is, how he don't trust, all that type of stuff. About his childhood abuse, and he asked, my bad, child. Can I turn this? Nope. Okay, I gotta hold it like this. He asked her, "Can I trust you?" Or can I trust you to protect me? She said yes. And then he basically told her, okay, well, attorney is going to be coming up for some papers to sign. He told her, don't worry about it. It's just some papers. It's basically like an NDA. Yeah, but I don't have to wait in line no more when I go to court. So that's a good thing. So I'm going to be all right. I can get a good amount of rest now. And I won't have to start these so late. He told her she was... He now this is when he basically broke down to her 15 years or whatever, just chuckled. And then he says that the concert that you were at, the girls were actually on the opposite side of the stage. So he was like, you were right there with the girls all along. So he said there's not a time when he don't go nowhere and his girls aren't with him. Yeah, his former attorney giving him them shots. My live is repeating. You think the feds is tapping in? Well, I'm not saying nothing that they ain't saying in court already. That's funny. So let me see. They were okay. So he's basically talked about them being family and they go everywhere with him. They're loyal to him. He's loyal to them. And that's when he told her that she reminded him of the girls and that's why he liked her so much. she said no lawyers ever came to have her sign anything, but he told her to write down things about her family. And she said she really didn't have no dirt on her family. And then he told her, well, I can help you with that. And had her text. Basically, when she did that, he had her text other numbers. He had her text that letter to other numbers. No, I'm sorry. He told her to write that letter. She didn't want to write that letter. He said, I can help you with this. She ended up never writing that letter. But he did have her text to multiple numbers. Daddy, I want to be with you and the girls, with prayer hands on it. Okay. I'm gonna go out. Sylvia, I'm sorry, but it's too many people complaining. Hey, what did she say was going on? Nikki, thank you, Nikki Black. But I couldn't even see the message you sent for me because I was trying to read the article that Casey sent me. She said you said an article about me. Thank you, Nikki. But I couldn't even read it because I'm not part of that group. Guys, I'm trying to see. Let me call Dottie, see what's going on. Hold on. I think it's over here. The other phone. Sorry about that. I gotta check my other phone. It's not under me? Oh, yes, it is. I got it. Hold on a second. Let me call Dottie. Just 1 second, guys. See what's going on with her link. What's, huh? Nothing, why? Oh, I don't know. You were repeating yourself. So you want me to go back? You want to come in here and want the link? And send people. That's true. Cause you got 500, you got 541 over here. We had went almost to 600. Okay. All right. No, I didn't need to mute. Just sending her the link. I did not need to mute, sir. No, she's coming on here. I just had to send her the link. I was on here. I've been watching her. Yeah, guys, the feds is watching everything. They're watching me. You see how quick they changed the thing to come back, the reenactment? You see how they changed it? I tell you, it's a setup. I tell you guys, it's a setup. She'll be back. She's trying to get in the link. As soon as she go. Hey. Damn, that was loud, Sylvia.
Sorry.
Hold on 1 second. Let me see if everybody came over.
I didn't mean to wake you up.
Hold on 1 second. Okay, y'all, I'm on Sylvia's live. Infamous Sylvia. Let me type it in here. If you want to hear the rest of the end of what happened today at court, go over to Infamous Sylvia I got 7 people left on here. I'm not finishing on this live, so go over there.
Y'all get those likes up and get send some Dottie a love offering, y'all. Come on, she needs some funds so she can eat. Feed her for tomorrow, y'all.
Everybody that's up is okay. One more person join.
Feed
Everybody
Dottie.
go over to
Feed Dottie. Feed Dottie. Make sure she's fed. I'm sorry, Dottie. Be a blessing. Dottie, you coming back now? That's her Cash App right there. Sylvia, you received my Cash App from me. Rena, let me see. Did I receive Cash App from you, Rena? I don't know. I don't know who I received Cash App from. I know we got the money for the thing. We're getting our transcript read. Oh, wow, Daddy Lolo. You said women love food. You know what? You out of order, dude.
I do.
I do too.
Okay, Sylvie, what was the last thing y'all heard? Did you hear me say that the lawyers didn't actually come up to the hotel?
Oh no, I didn't hear that.
Okay, so let me go right back to one before that.
I'm gonna move out the way, okay? I'm gonna move myself out the way.
Okay, so he basically was just telling her about his females and that he was raising them and that they were like family. They've been with him for technically 1 to 15 years. And she asked if they had sex together. And she said, and he told her yes. And then she told him, well, I'm not into girls. And he said, well, if we were in a room and I wanted y'all both to suck my dick, y'all would. And she chuckled and left it at that. And then he said that the girls were at the concert that she was at and that they basically everywhere he go, and she didn't even know that they were at the concert, but they were there. And he said that they're loyal to him, he's loyal to them, and he said he liked her so much because she reminded him of them. She said no lawyers actually came to the room. However, he did tell her that he wanted her to write something down about her family. And she basically said, like, write something. She said, I don't have no dirt on my family like that. There's nothing. And then he said, well, I can help you with that. However, she never ended up writing a letter. He did tell her to text to a few numbers that I want to be with you. I want to be with you and the girls with some prayer hands. So she had, I guess he had multiple phones. And so he wanted her to text those multiple phones. Again, she said she didn't write the letter, but she did send a text. He told her about he began to tell her about the rules, how he likes to be greeted, and when he walks into a room, they should all kiss him. She said she didn't know what was going on in her head, what was going through her head. All that she knew is that he trusted her. That's all she felt like at that time. He told her to get dressed and said to my ear. Who's calling? Who is that? Hold on. I'm sorry, y'all. The Facebook was playing back in my ear. What was going through? She said the only thing that was going through her head is that he trusted her. He told her to get dressed, and then he asked her, well, what's there to do in Dallas? Because that's basically where she's from. And she told him, well, we can go to the hookah. He said, well, we can go to a hookah lounge. And then she said, we can go to a hookah lounge. And he said, okay. So then at that time, he took her downstairs. When he took her downstairs, he took her to his room. He ended up knocking on the door. And when he opened the door, she said that there was a lady in there. And the lady basically said, hey, daddy. And she kissed him. And hold on. She kissed him, and then he turned around and kissed Faith. And she said, "You just gonna kiss me after she kissed you?" And he said, "Yeah, that's what we do." And then she said the lady ended up being Joy. And he introduced them and he told them to get to know each other. He said to get to know each other. She said, so we didn't discuss anything really. She said it was kind of a one-sided conversation, really. And then when Joy did speak, she basically just said, "I like your hair, I like your shirt, I like your pants, I like your shoes." And she said Joy really went down the line just like that. And then she said what she noticed about Joy was that she looked really unkempt. Her hair she had on heels, but her hair wasn't done. Her nails were broken. The clothes she had on was, for lack of a better term, raggedy, I guess. And after he introduced them, he actually took them down to the elevator. I started to fall asleep at this point too, y'all, so bear with me. They got into the Sprinter, and then they drove to a cigar bar, well, the hookah. And he said, I'm sorry. They got into the Sprinter, and when he pulled out a cigar, Joy stood right there to light the cigar. And then she started to explain what the inside of the Sprinter had looked like at that time. She said that when she went on there was a bunch of Victoria's Secret bags everywhere. And she described some other stuff. She said she couldn't see who was in the front. And the driver couldn't see her as well. She said Diana got up front of the Sprinter, and then they went to the hookah bar. She said once they arrived at the hookah bar, well, as they was driving, he asked her, "So who did you listen to for Christmas?" And she basically told him Johnny Gill. And he laughed at it, and then he told Joy, "Turn on my Christmas album and make her a drink." So Joy made her a drink. She said by the time they arrived at the hookah lounge, they had already finished a whole bottle of Ciroc. Thank you. Dottie, do you believe the jury is convinced by the prosecution? Nope, I don't honestly believe that. I mean, I put myself in that situation, and I say if I was on a jury, what would I think? I think that too many people have too many inconsistencies. I don't think, even though I haven't been there from start to finish, from the time that I have been there, I haven't seen one person on the stand that can actually testify, "This is what I said, and I'm sticking to it because this is what happened," and they don't get tripped up or anything in any of their testimony. So, no, I don't think what was the question? I don't think the jury got the prosecution convinced. Thank y'all. Okay, so let me see. So he put on she said by the time we made it to the cigar lounge, they had already finished a whole bottle of Ciroc. He said he told them to stay on the bus so he could go scope out the scene to see how many niggas was in there. His exact words, she said. So when he left to check, she said they ended up being in the Sprinter for hours. She said she started getting hot because they had the heat blasting on there, and then she had to pee. So she told Diana, she texted Diana, told her she had to pee. Diana texted back and told her to stand by. And she said it took her another minute to respond, even to say that. And she said she started trying to open the door, and Joy told her, "You have to ask." And she said, "Forget this." And she tried trying to open it again, and then Joy said, "It's broken, and you have to ask." So she said she began texting Rob and Diana like crazy, but then she ended up having to fake like she was going to pass out to get them to open the door. She said Diana and Rob came, and then they drove them to the IHOP for them to use the bathroom. She said it took them a minute. No, she said Diana took her and Joy into the bathroom. Diana pretty much was just watching everything they did. She went into the bathroom. She opened the stall for them. She waited until they came out. She watched them wash their hands, and then she took them back to the Sprinter. Rob ended up asking her, "Why aren't you feeling good?" And then she told him about that she was epileptic. I guess she had mentioned that once before, and he must didn't recall. So she reminded him, "I'm epileptic," and that's why she didn't really want to drink, because she had seizures. And she explained to him that she had an ex-boyfriend who cheated on her and got a girl pregnant, and then they ended up getting into an altercation, and that girl ended up stabbing her in the head, the back, I think she said in the lung, and she was stabbed in the back several times. So that's what ended up causing her to have epilepsy. I did say that the girlfriend was pregnant. So back to the IHOP in Dallas. She said that's when she reminded him of the seizures. At that point, Rob asked her, "What is seizures again?" And he said, "Well, I can't have you on the road with me. I need you to get better." And she basically tried to explain to him seizures is not something that you can get better from. We all know how that works. So she just broke that down and explained that to him. So when they went back to the hotel, he instructed Diana to take her back to her room to make sure she was okay. She said when she went in the room, she basically just took a shower. Diana stayed in the room with her for about an hour. And then she told her, "Okay, well, I'm going to go." And then she said, "Thank you." And she said she left. She said she seen him again when they were both leaving the hotel. He was standing out front and she was getting ready to leave. And then he told her the next time she comes to his house, she's going to stay at his house for at least 2 weeks. He also told her that she was getting a little bigger, so he was going to put her in contact with a personal trainer. He told her that he needed her to get a dildo the size of his penis so that she can get used to being with him when they had vaginal sex. It was basically a little bit more comfortable for her. She said after her trip, it changed because he wanted more detailed information about her whereabouts. So he wanted her to basically text him every time she was leaving out the door, whoever she was with. And anytime he called, she needed to pick up. And she said basically she just followed those instructions. And then the prosecution entered into Exhibit 207E through H, and those were basically documents that was text between her and Rob. They also showed 3 different numbers that she was texting Rob, that she used to text Rob. So on one occasion, she texted Rob. Rob texted her and said, "Where are you?" And she said the Olive Garden. And then she sent him a photo of her there. Then she sent him a photo of her outfit, and he said, no, she sent him a photo. She was basically she said, "Daddy, I'm heading out to a funeral and just wanted to show you what I'm wearing. And just wanted to show you what I'm wearing, love." And he said, "Good job." And then he sent her a selfie back. So they basically showed us on the monitor the screenshots, and they showed us the photo. They showed us the photo that she took, and then they showed us the photo that he sent back. And then next she went shopping and she sent him a photo of what she was wearing. He went shopping and he responded, "Love you." And then she took a selfie of her nails and then called and asked if she could go out with her sister. I guess they were going to get their nails done because that was just part of the rules if she was going out with someone else. The next trip she was in LA. It was around January of 2018. Diana booked it. It was a 2-day trip again. She stayed at the Holiday Inn. Diana called an Uber to pick her up. Once she got to the hotel, she was given instructions. She don't recall if it was under her name, the hotel, but she did get a key and she went to the room. Then they proceeded to show text between her and Diana again. She got a text around January the 12th, 2018. This is just going back to what I was saying. They basically, after they showed her the documents and the exhibits, then she recalled a little bit more in detail. The text was actually sent January 12th, 2018. The room was under Diana's name, and she had told them that Bobby or somebody, well, basically, she just basically told them that to give her a key in the room number. She said that they gave me that without asking for any type of identification. Once she did Once she arrived, she said she didn't go anywhere, but she was told to get ready. A car would be there to pick her up. She went to the studio in LA. She called Diana to ask what building number it was, but Diana sent the building number. First one she sent, it was a mistake, so she sent the correct one. She said when she approached, Diana met her outside, uh, took her in a sprinter, told her she told her to wait, and she told her to wait in the sprinter. Diana went to get she wait in a certain part of the sprinter, and then Diana went to another part. And she said she waited for him for at least over an hour, and she ended up having to use the bathroom. She texted Diana that she needed to use the bathroom. She said, I need to use the bathroom, LOL. Diana said, okay, stand by. She said she came after 10 minutes to take her, took her through the back entrance of the studio. At some point right here, they just started showing her photos, and so she could describe the layout of the studio. And they said, how long have you been in the sprinter? She said, hours. Then Diana took her back to the sprinter, eventually she ended up in the studio. She took her to actual recording part of this. So she said, she took me into the studio. They said, what part of the studio were you in? And her exact words, the studio. And then that's when I guess she realized what she said didn't make sense. So then she came back and said, well, it was actually the actual recording part of the studio. That's when she began to describe the layout. They showed the pits, and she continued to describe it. After Diana took her to the room, told her to text if she needed anything. And after Rob came in about 15 minutes later, he said she was in that room. He came jogging in really fast. And when he seen her, he was just like, hey, baby. And she said, hey, back. And he left. And she said she didn't get to see him again for hours. He told her later she should greet him with love. She said she didn't do that. She didn't do that particular day. When she seen him, she just said, hey. She didn't get up, stand up, greet him with a kiss or anything like that. So he told her the next time he seen her, you should do that. And then at some point, she texted Diana to use the bathroom. Asked, do you want me to wait still, or can I go back to the hotel? And Diana said, yes, wait for me. And she said at that time it was 2 a.m. She said she waited, and then after several hours, it was 4 hours exactly. It was 6:28 or something. When she texted again and said, do I still have to? She said, should I still stay here, or she said, should I still wait? Because I have to pee. She said, Diana responded, please wait. She said she wasn't given any food or water at all the whole time she was there. I don't know what that part is. I'm sorry, y'all. She said, send him in the room where she was waiting. I don't know what that part was. So that's basically where they stopped. That's probably why I don't know where it is, because the prosecution was like, Your Honor, can we just stop right here? Because this is a good time to stop the questioning for today, since it's almost 5:30. And the judge says yes, but then she said that she's ready to rule. So one of the motions was about the defense being able to ask Faith about her past relationships, and the judge told them that it was inappropriate for them to question the witness about sexual partners. So she basically denying them, and said that even if she was to consider allowing it, they still would have had to send some type of some type of letter notifying the victim that they were actually going to be bringing some of this stuff into evidence, and they would be asking her about it, and she was supposed to be given 14 days notice. So since she didn't receive that, they will not be allowed to question Faith about past relationships or past sexual encounters with anyone. And then there was a lot of other stuff in the courtroom, but basically it just ended like that. I'm gonna go to the chat to see if there's any questions, but that is it for today. I'm back there tomorrow. Hold on. Let's see. So they haven't really discussed where she got the herpes from. They just asked her, at this point, at any time when they had a sexual encounter, did he discuss he had herpes? And she said no, and that they didn't use any protection. No, it kind of sounded like they was trying to make it seem like she was a virgin, because she did testify that she was inexperienced when the prosecution was questioning her. She is a witness because the STD and the STD only. She was basically actually suing him civilly, and she dropped the civil case and became a Jane Doe on the criminal case. I don't know if she pressed charges against the ex-boyfriend, because it wasn't the ex-boyfriend, but it was the ex-boyfriend's girlfriend who stabbed her. How is R. Kelly's demeanor? R. Kelly always he just sits in the courtroom, and I think he's listening. He asks a lot of questions. I see him talking to his attorneys quite a bit. I see him. I think I can kind of tell now when they testifying and they're not saying something right, because he's either talking to Farinelli or Nicole, and he's explaining he's doing a lot of things with his hands, like it's not right, or I don't know. But he talks to his attorneys a lot, and if he's not talking to them, then he kind of just writing some things down. Still haven't heard no crimes. No, no crimes yet. So I guess they that was just opening testimony, and not what I was what I was her testimony tomorrow. Maybe they'll dig into deeper on why they charge her, trying to bring her into the criminal case instead of leaving it a civil. But as of today, no, they really didn't touch on anything really criminal. She was experienced according to Summer Bunny. I remember Summer Bunny releasing that information. Any girls? Can they call an ex of hers to the stand? I doubt it, because at this point they're basically saying they can't even question her about her exes. Yeah, she basically was just she's the only one that actually got on the stand and said that she had to wait to go to the bathroom. But again, I mean, if you got to go to the bathroom, I'm not finna sit and call nobody. If I got to go to the bathroom, I'm going to the bathroom. And then she did testify that he went over his rules, and she said that she followed them by choice. She said she just followed them when the prosecution asked her that. So I don't know if it's a RICO if he was pimping. What did you say? It would be a RICO if he was pimping them for profit, state to state. What? She was of age. Faith was 19, and in the states that she was in, well, I know for sure in Chicago, 17 is legal, and she was 19. And the only other state she testified to being in was Texas, her hometown, her home state, and California when she went to LA. But she had a phone to call for help if she was locked inside this printer. Yeah, she did have a phone, and she did say that she called them several times. I'm assuming she said before he got off. Well, before he got off the sprinter, Before he got off the Sprinter, he said he was going in there to check out the scene and see how many niggas was in there. I guess he felt there was too many niggas in there. Okay. All right, Sylvia. Is there any others you think I should answer before I get off?
Let's see. Anybody have any questions for her? Yes, who's that behind you?
Y'all so nosy.
Okay, let's see. Anybody got any more questions?
It ain't R. Kelly. How is a selfie criminal? Well, the funny thing is, it's not criminal. Then the other funny thing is that she sent that voluntarily. Like, he told her to do it, but at that point in time when she actually sent it, he didn't request it or anything like that. She just took it upon herself to send that selfie to him. I ain't even in the same state as this man. What am I sending you a selfie for? No, I don't think she was scared.
Somebody asked, do you feel like they will drop the case?
No, they're not gonna drop the case. The feds don't drop no cases. They're not gonna drop no case. Definitely don't feel they're gonna drop the case. They'll get him on the littlest thing before they drop anything.
Yeah,
if they was gonna drop that case, let me tell you, if they was gonna drop that case, they would have dropped it after Azriel got off that stand. So that's not happening.
Well, they're gonna lose this one. They're gonna get an L. They're not gonna want to get an L.
I don't know if I was supposed to, but I'm not gonna say what was shared with me.
Don't share.
No, I'm
anyway,
not.
Guys, I have to go.
Daddy Lolo, really? She could have got herpes from smoking all them blunts. Oh, there's several outlets reporting that Joycelyn was subpoenaed by the government to testify. I wouldn't be surprised. And they can do that. They can definitely do that.
They're gonna be messed up some more.
I think it's just, I don't know. I honestly believe, like, if you want to relate, this is just my perspective on it. If you're in a relationship and sometimes you bitter at the end of that relationship, you can take the simplest thing and then you can make it into something bigger than what it is. And I feel like a lot of this stuff is exaggerated. It may have happened, like, for instance, he may have said, listen, don't go through my house. Don't walk through my house. It's his house. Y'all are guests. And her testimony, Suzette said he referred to them as guests. If you're a guest, you don't walk through my house. But they're exaggerating as if they were locked in there simply because they were told, don't walk through my house. For days at a time.
Since when calling somebody daddy a crime, a federal crime? Daddy, can you hear me?
You have people all in the courtroom talking about, well, I call my man daddy all the time. I'm like, he's going to jail. If I gotta go to the bathroom, you sound like me. I'm going to the bathroom. Cause nobody's testified yet. They tried to get Suzette to testify to it, but nobody has testified as if they had to go to the bathroom and he said no and they still went. What happened to him? What punishment did they have? I mean, Sylvia, I don't know, because you had the transcripts on the days that I wasn't there. Has anybody said that they was punished for going to the bathroom or something when they were told not to?
No.
Do you have anything where anybody said that they was punished for eating after they were told not to?
No.
Matter of fact, I don't even think these witnesses have testified that when they had to go to the bathroom, they were told no. And if they were told no, but Faith's testimony, she said Diana told her to stand by. Diana never said Rob said stand by. Diana just said stand by because Diana would have had to leave out of the club and go get her to take her into that place to use the bathroom. So maybe Diana didn't want to take her, just like Suzette didn't want to drive Azriel to Florida for her graduation rehearsal. She said, all the men out here, hey, daddy. That's it. That's all. I don't see any more questions, Sylvia.
No
Yeah,
more
when you pass
questions.
it on.
No more question. Oh no, one question. She says, "What?" She says, "What about when they were on their period? Like really?" Oh,
He told them, it's funny because she mentioned that. She said he told her never to say you're on your period. Just say you have your little friend. What'd you say? I'm about to catch a woman at. What's a woman at? I can't wait until tomorrow because I cannot wait to see Kenneth cross-examine Faith. I'm so interested to see what I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I will not lie to y'all. I think Suzette was a hard witness for him because he could not trip her up. She was a good witness for the prosecution. So I will say that
what
because
did she say?
I'm
Something
giving
really
you
bad?
I'm giving you factual information and I'm not finna sugarcoat nothing so it'll lean more towards Rob. I'm just gonna deliver the truth. And from my perspective, she was a hard witness for Kenneth. He could not trip her up.
I have a question for you.
But she did not technically testify to any crime.
Yeah, that's the thing. So if she's a tough witness, does she validate any of the crimes?
What she was tough at was so he kind of caught her in a situation where she was saying that there was a kitchenette and a bathroom in the room that Jane Doe stayed in, and he basically he tried to catch her up in there because supposedly the government wrote down that she said that there was, but she pretty much told him how that was a mistake and she didn't say that. But it was a few other things up in there too. But she kept coming back and saying, because she was speaking up for Rob too, honestly, because she said, let me be clear. Let me be clear. I did not hear him yelling at these girls. I did not see him hitting these girls. I was told. She said, let me be clear. So, and she just based a lot of stuff off of hearsay. So she didn't basically prove any crimes had been committed, in my opinion.
But see, the thing is, if you listen to that, okay, I was gonna play something. Let me play something if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Hold on a second. This is one of the lady, old prosecutor, what she says about the whole case. Hold on. Go ahead and talk while I find it.
I'm trying to read the questions. They said, if she is a witness for the defense, can they subpoena her? Oh, that's a good question. I don't know how they can subpoena her. She's already a witness for the defense because the defense gave their list of witnesses and the prosecution gave their list of witnesses. So if she is a witness for the defense, I think that she pretty much can only be cross-examined by them. I don't think you can be subpoenaed by both because, like, it wouldn't even make sense. So we just don't know We know that she's by his side still. We just don't know who, if she was actually subpoenaed and for which side. But if we go off Tim Savage live, she's a witness for the defense.
All right, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Of this on bill number 1 today, talking about this alleged sex
Can y'all
act
hear
with
it?
R. Kelly.
So in regards to John Doe number 1, this is the first time during the entire trial that we're hearing from a John Doe, a male victim. So in regards to his testimony, because there are no charges regarding John Doe number 1, however, the prosecutor is using his experiences to try to corroborate the other Jane Doe experience and say that they are similar in terms of modus operandi, in terms of motive.
A lot of people are asking, this case is being tried in the Eastern District here in Brooklyn, in the state of New York, when so much of this happened in Chicago. Why is this happening here?
So in regards to this case here in the Eastern District of New York, so the indictment itself has 9 counts. We're dealing with 6 different victims. However, one victim, Jane Doe number 5, there are 4 Mann Act counts regards to that victim. And Jane Doe number 5, those actions took place here in the Eastern District of New York. So that is how this federal courthouse has jurisdiction over this case.
And what is the Mann Act? Because that was the main, wasn't that the heaviest charge in this indictment, in this whole case?
So pretty much what the Mann Act is that you're bringing over a female across state lines for the purpose of prostitution or something against morality, for debauchery. So that is pretty much what the Mann Act is. And what the prosecution has to prove is that, 1, she was brought here through interstate commerce, whether it's transported here or coerced to be here. And knowingly, intentionally, R. Kelly wanted to engage in sex with her or him in terms of trying to give her a sexual disease or just putting her in a reckless endangerment state. So that is pretty much the Mann Act charges here on the indictment.
And then, because we heard of the Mann Act in connection with prostitution, but as far as I know, there hasn't been any testimony about these alleged victims receiving any kind of payment from R. Kelly or gifts or anything like that.
So with prostitution is that, remember, you don't have to receive actual cash payment in regards to prostitution. There can be any given items as long as something is exchanged. But when you read the indictment, it pretty much says it's about R. Kelly engaging in illegal sexual acts, and that's giving them herpes, as well as with putting them in a reckless endangerment state, and that's as a result of giving them
Can you stop that?
And then what about
right
the
there?
other question that keeps coming up with this is the statute.
Sylvia, because they're talking about a lot right there. But what I wanted to say is they're stressing that the reckless endangerment was him giving them herpes. I would have thought it would have been saved everybody a lot of time if they had started out with him being tested for herpes. It's being described in court, the strand that he carries, and then it being described in court, the strand that he supposedly gave to the other ladies. I would feel like that they would be talking more about the herpes if that's their way of proving the Mann Act, that he transported these girls for prostitution, and then in doing so he endangered their lives with transmitting that STD. I haven't, maybe that's coming last. That's how they gonna end. That they gonna prove that he have it, when he got it, his for sure diagnosis. He was for sure. I haven't had one person get on that, heard one person get on the stand and say they told him that they got herpes from him and he admitted it. As far as transporting them for prostitution, how many prostitutes get transported across state lines, but then they get text messages saying that he loves them and they love him? So that's just basically what I heard. So I don't know if that was your question, Sylvia.
I didn't have a question.
But when they just basically when they said that, and then How many people is on the stand testifying that they got herpes? Well, we heard Azriel talk about it. I'm sorry, Jane Doe. When we heard Jane Doe talk about it, she says when she went to the doctor, they told her that she had herpes. She went back to him. He never said, I'm sorry, I didn't tell you. I knew about it. I found out then. I'm sorry, we can get through this, blah, blah, blah. What he said was her exact words. Well, I don't know where you got it from. You could have been had that. So he didn't acknowledge it then. So is there anybody that's going to testify that he acknowledged that he had it? Is there anybody going to testify
Look,
that he
TJ
had a
said you
positive
just gave him.
result?
TJ said you just gave him ideas. Now they're gonna come up with somebody.
No, they would have already had. That's the thing. That's why we said at all of them hearings for that, because everything that they present in court right now, the defense already knew what they had, what evidence they had, because they had to turn all that over. That's part of the discovery. What information they gonna use? They put that together. That's how the defense already know what to come back on and what to say. That's how they prepare. So it ain't nothing that they gonna just automatically throw in there. That's
But
like
here's
what
the
the
deal.
defense
Both of
tried
them,
and it got denied.
her and as on Joyce, I mean whatever that girl named Geronda Pace, they both had herpes before they even met him.
But the thing is, unless the defense is gonna call them back to the stand and go over that and talk to the people that they could have contracted it from and try to narrow down a different date, then to say that they didn't discuss that on the stand.
No, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about since well, I know Faith for a fact that girl Summers said that she had it.
Yeah, but you know what? And that would work if his trial was on social media. But he's not being tried on social media. So that information is irrelevant if the jury does not hear it.
All right, let me finish playing this.
The result of giving them a disease.
And then what about the other question that keeps coming up with this is the statute of limitations. Some of these things go back pretty far. So what about that?
So a lot of the charges stem back to the 1990s. Remember that Jane Doe number 1 is Aaliyah, and we all heard of Aaliyah back in the 90s. So when you're talking about RICO, the racketeering statute, the statute of limitations really from the very beginning of the first act, and it doesn't stop running until the engagement has stopped. So that's how you can get these acts in that range 20, 30 years.
And then what about some of the alleged victims, the female victims, have been 17. The young man that was on the stand today was 17 when he first had these these sex acts that he described with R. Kelly. Is there an age issue, like minors or anything like that with a federal case like this?
So in regard to the Mann Act charges, and there are 8 of them, none of them have to deal with having sex with an underage minor. However, the Racketeering Act, the RICO Act, does have certain acts within them. There are 11 acts within that, and the prosecution only has to prove 2 beyond a reasonable doubt. And within those acts, there are allegations of R. Kelly engaging in sex with a minor.
Now, it's very hard for us because of the setup, the remote view, the remote viewing with the screens for spectators and reporters to gauge what the jury is thinking or whatever. But how tough is a case like this to prosecute and try to get a win on?
So it's very tough when you're pretty much, we want to classify this as a he say, she say, because as of now, all the evidence that's been presented is testimony evidence. And when you're dealing with just testimony evidence, you're dealing with believability, with credibility. The jury will have to believe these witnesses beyond a reasonable doubt in order to find them guilty. And again, when you're dealing with just testimony, it's hard for some people to try to find someone guilty just based on the word of someone, especially when you have a lot of these females that were acting contradictory to what is alleged by the prosecution.
Can you stop it right there?
But you didn't leave. You could have left. You stayed. Jane Doe number 5 stayed with R. Kelly for 4 years.
Okay, and anything else you want to say about the case that strikes you about this?
Well, the case is still ongoing. I am.
Yes, ma'am.
No, so I just basically wanted to go back to what I had said earlier when I got that question about somebody asked me, do I think the jury was convinced by her? or is convinced, or has the prosecution convinced the jury? And I went back to saying basically they just relying on testimony. And from my perspective and from everybody that I've seen personally on that stand, everybody has contradicted themselves one way or the other. There has not been one single witness that got on that stand that was solid from start to finish. So no, they haven't, unless they bringing in some straight evidence, like all of those tapes and all of that stuff. Like I said, had they opened up being able to prove the herpes, then it'd probably be a different story. You know, being able to pinpoint where each person got it, being able to say, to have direct evidence that he actually told these people after they confronted him about it, that he did have it. Even somebody just saying, like, yeah, he said he had it. They don't have no one that's saying that yet.
You know,
And
even
then
the culture said negative. The doctor, when we read
right, exactly. And he hadn't been tested since then. So, and then if you test him now, who's to say that one of the girls didn't have it and give it to him now? What's the purpose of testing him now? Because you can't prove now that he gave it to them, because at this point we know that they slept together. We know that she has it, so now it's possibility she gave it to him. That's why he has it now. So, and then also with that Aaliyah, I just want to remind everybody, he is not being charged with marrying Aaliyah. He's being charged with the bribery.
Yep.
But so anything involving that marriage, he's not being charged with that. The reason they're charging him with the bribery is because it is illegal to talk about Aaliyah in that courtroom if he was never charged with a crime with Aaliyah. So they had no choice but to dig and find something that they could charge him with where the statute of limitations hadn't run out. The bribery was the only thing that they could actually charge him with, and that they can bring in witnesses to testify for it. With that, I'm saying it too, they just trying to establish some type of pattern.
But you know,
the
judge also said the bribery would have been thrown out if they would have did it earlier. But since they went past the time frame of them being able to ask for it to be thrown out, it was too late.
So what I was saying is, they don't give a damn if he's convicted or not on that bribery charge. All they want to do is introduce evidence that he married a 15-year-old when he was 27. They trying to paint a picture to the jury that this is what this man is capable of, because listen, he did this back in 1994 with Aaliyah. She was 15 years old. They don't care if he's convicted or not. They're just painting a pattern. That's all that's for. They cannot do that without charging him for something. So the bribery charge, they don't give a fuck about. Just understand that it's there. Yes, it's there, but they're using that just to show a pattern. Because if you think about it, a predator does not prey on girls and then stop and then go back to preying on girls. That's not how that works. So as many people as they can show that he's had some type of sexual contact with when they were underage, it's just showing that pattern. As of right now, they don't have that. Rob has asked every single person for ID. He's asked them their age. Every single person that says that they came in contact with him and they were underage had to lie about their age. What predator do you know wants a girl to lie about their age? If
They want them to be young.
You tell me you 19 and I'm a predator, go home. I don't want you. Exactly. I want you to be younger. So why say if you 16, why say you 19 and not say you 14?
Because
that makes absolutely no sense.
That girl said he slapped her and sent her home. She said it.
But see, that type of stuff right there is what pokes holes, in my opinion, the prosecution case, and that creates reasonable doubt. And that's why the case is looking so good for Rob, because they haven't proven it.
All right, let me finish this off.
Looking forward, I believe that the prosecution is going to call some kind of expert to deal with why is it that victims act the way they do and take so long to do an outcry or realize that they are a victim, to help the jury to explain to them and be able to put both sides together in terms of you acted this way, but now you're saying that it's criminal, but you didn't say that before.
So that and then that issue of consent too is going to be critical, right?
Yeah, so the issue of consent, and that's why that expert is also going to be important, because the thing is that what the prosecution is alleging is that they were pretty much under the spell of R. Kelly. You know, he uses fame and fortune.
Can you stop that right there? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But I gotta say this. Okay, this year alone, how many celebrities are we looking at that's in court for some type of sex crimes? We got Weinstein, we got Epstein, we got that dude that's actually over in the jail with Rob Manier. All of these people have been convicted of stuff similar to what they're accusing Rob. The difference is all of their victims never had civil suits. They never actually went and sued them civilly and then waited 25 years to want to come after them criminally. But in Rob's case, everybody had a civil suit. They all went, they didn't go to the police. They didn't go to the doctor. They went straight to, what's her name? Her. And they sued him civilly.
Logan.
So if you compare them cases, the difference between those victims, them victims have stacks of paperwork of going to police, talking to attorneys, trying to get them convicted, trying to press criminal charges. You don't have that with this case. That's the big difference. That's why Rob is still fighting. He 2 years not convicted, but they didn't been tried after him. They've been accused after him, tried after him, convicted, and they gone serving their time. Or I'm sorry, dead and gone.
But
it's
the
a
other
big
one,
difference in that.
the other thing too, they have actual rape kits on those other cases.
They have everything.
Rape kits, you know.
They have everything. The way that they tried to say Rob had that call. If you go listen to these women and they stories, it's so different. It's not the same. So what? I don't understand what an expert gonna get on there, how he gonna compare that if he's asked to compare these different situations and then try to make it seem like Rob really fit in the same category as them.
All right, let me finish this one. And I'm going to bed after this.
You and me both.
Because he had pretty much brainwashed him. So that's going to come up, but we just have to wait and see. There's still a couple more weeks. The case hasn't been fully presented.
All right, great. Thank you so much.
All right.
What was the last thing she said?
Thank you for so much.
She said you just gotta wait and see if
once the case,
when he presents to court.
Yeah, not once the case is over. It's not over yet.
Yeah, I don't know. I think this is a case of people just really exaggerating situations and encounters that they had with him. I think they really just exaggerating. I think that they don't have a sense of understanding. This man has a lack of trust. He's not confrontational. So why he wants you walking around with your ass all out around niggas and he don't really, trust these men. Not only that, why would he want? He's been a victim to sexual crimes himself. So why, if he love you, he want to put you in that situation? I mean, when I go out, they tell me all the time, put some clothes on. Why you wearing that? Don't wear that. It's the same exact thing. I post on social media. He tell me, why aren't you posting all your business on social media? What's the difference with him telling them, don't be on social media, don't do this, don't do that? I get told that every day. I'm 41 years old.
All right, good people. I'm about to go to bed. Enough. Okay, guys. Daddy, thank you so much for the update.
You're welcome.
I'm so sleepy.
I'm going to try to start. I promise I'm going to start this earlier tomorrow. So as soon as we get out of court at 5:30, I'm going to try to be back here no later than 6:15 so we can start at 6:30.
6:45.
6:45.
Okay. Because that's the time I get off.
Oh, okay. Well, 6:45. Y'all have a good night.
Good night, everybody. Thank you again, Dottie. Guys, don't forget to sew into her Cash App. She's over there working hard. She's trying to ignore me.
Oh, did y'all see my shirt? I came to represent.
You can't wear it.
Well, I'm wearing it. I can't wear it.
You can't wear it at the court.
That's okay. I'll wear it once he's free. He walking out them doors. All right, y'all. See y'all. Have a good night.
Put it under your clothes and you ready to walk out the door. Be like, gotcha. Boom.
Why are you trying to get me locked up?
All right, bye.
Okay, see y'all later. Good night.
Good night. Guys, I see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Don't forget, donate to Dottie. Bye. And we will continue our reading tomorrow. Later.